everyone should have
Right.
gotten the
Yeah.
notice. And
Yeah.
and as a reminder, this is being, I will verbally say this is being live streamed on YouTube channel 4. If you don't, and we are also taking screenshots for sharing on the school's social media. So if you do not want your image or your work to be shared on social media, please send me a private chat through the Zoom chat. Thank you. And apologies again that the person who was supposed to come didn't.
Okay, it's fine. It worked out. Okay, great. Thank you. So, Sari, maybe a new start.
Yeah. Do you want to start fresh, maybe just to reset? Yeah.
We actually have an extra slot time because somebody canceled, so we don't have to rush.
Okay, I'll start over. So I worked with my partner, Olivia, to design the Kansas City master plan. And we looked at 3 different sites in the downtown area. This was Site C, Site B, and Site A. We began with a close analysis of green space and park infrastructure surrounding the site. By gaining an understanding of the neighborhood through open space, we saw a need for more systematic and developed green space. Through a proposed ecological spine along the major axis of the site, we connect existing park infrastructure from east to west and river to park from north to south. We were also interested in mobility within the island and were struck by the sprawl of car infrastructure. To revitalize traffic through the site, we proposed to keep the major car arteries and add protected bike lanes as a way to break up the macro block and improve connectivity through the site. And as a final layer of porosity by circulation, we establish eco corridors that are designed to move pedestrians across the site. The specificity of program that we found was lacking in the surrounding green space responds to this grid of circulation. The program of the spine is delineated with bars, community gardens for residents, green infrastructure plots, play space, and the resulting space becomes larger gathering areas. The navigation through these bars is achieved through meandering pathways. To approach the massing of the project, we came back to the idea of obscuring car infrastructure through a decentralized grid. Using a 60 by 60 foot grid metric, we evenly dispersed the ground program to diffuse the hierarchy. This allows for flexibility of spaces, connectivity, and porosity. We reintroduce hierarchy in the scheme through section and floor heights. And here you can see how the distribution manifests in Axon and how it works in plan. And this is the resulting massing. So this project is sited at the southern end of the north to south axis of the ecological spine. It is in close proximity to the transit center indicated by the blue rectangle and other nearby transportation routes for ease of access. As a starting point for the design, I focused on the visitor's experiential circulation through the building. To emphasize this strategy, a large public stair leads visitors from the ground level into the building. The final culmination of the guest's experience is the exhibition space located on the highest level. Using circulation as the primary strategy of design, I composed each floor with the idea of the visitor's promenade through the project in mind. The project is aligned with the designed buildings of our master plan. It connects to the spine through the north to south opening on the ground level and connects with the street through its parallel orientation. The main entry stair and the top exhibition level, the focal points of the project, are public, while the double height space of the auditorium is semi-public, and the remaining floors remain semi-private. We can see how the building's alignment with the spine works in plan and how it continues the spine through its north-south axis. The project maintains porosity through the surrounding eco corridors and outdoor public plazas. It further activates the park through the continuation of the meandering paths present in the master plan and through its entry. Visitors can enter the building from a large experiential stair for unhurried guests, or from the more efficient stair running parallel for those in a rush to get to work. Shops are also located beneath the stair, and 2 circulation cores access every floor. The auditorium can be accessed on the first level, and visitors can gradually step up into special collections. The cafe and an adjacent courtyard are also located on this floor. The second floor houses meeting rooms, co-working space, classrooms for learning opportunities, and a patio. The research center is located on the 3rd floor, as well as the library, reading space, and courtyard. The 4th floor consists of a workshop and lounge area, as well as additional research and administration spaces. And the 5th and final floor is dedicated to exhibition and is reached by a spiral stair. 2 outdoor courtyards can also be accessed from this level. And these courtyards can also be seen from the roof plan. The connection to the park can be better understood in the ground floor plan through the pathway to the street and surrounding plazas. In the plans, we can better understand how the voids and circulation elements inform program distribution. Shown here is level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, and level 5. The roof geometry is made up of diagonal gables of differing widths, resulting in diverse experiences on the top level. This can be better understood in the section perspective, and in this section facing north, cutting through the spine, as well as the double height auditorium. This section is cut from street to park and demonstrates the porosity through the entry stair. The building is enclosed with curtain walls and an exterior screen. And this view depicts the approach to the building and the main entry stair. This is the view from the entrance to the auditorium, the special collections area a level above, and the 5th floor exhibition space, and the outdoor courtyard and roof condition are also illustrated. Thank you.
So, Sensos, is your hand raised for, did you have? Oh no, is that an accident? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Sari. I'm maybe jumping in with a couple of questions before we discuss the project. It's just for me to get some clarifications. So from the master plan, students were asked to pick any building that they wanted to pick, and then they are developing this architecturally. And this is basically within the master plan, a piece of social infrastructure. And the other elements were housing components.
The students, they could either pick a building that was already in their master plan, or they added a building to the master plan, because now it was more specific in the second half. Then they had a given program for a community center, and then we asked them to add a focus program to that kind of core of a community center. So every student will have a different focus program, which was then introduced, and always with the idea of linking it to the master plan. So not just setting some object there which is isolated, but trying to reconnect to the master plan.
Yeah, okay, that's great. And your building is located here, right? I'm at the moment on this little, on the partie diagram.
Yes, it's actually a little bit up. So it's aligned with those 2 blocks adjacent to the spine. So it's in that last block of the spine.
I'm just asking if the building is connecting to this green spine. Is it the?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Great. That's perfect. Okay. Yeah. I mean, as a first comment, I think it's a beautiful resolution that you were able to develop. So in an architectural sense, I really appreciate that you understood how critical the circulation system is for a building like this, and that the circulation system has the capacity to be more than circulation, that it's actually the public spine that goes through the whole building, where circulation is experienced in an architectural way, and where you have the capacity to connect the building to its context. It's basically as if you take the sidewalk and the sidewalk starts to become the ramp and the circulation system of your building. I think this is very clear in your presentation, and I appreciate the fact that, you know, you start with a wider dimension where it's this huge stair, and then you're starting to shift, becomes narrower stairs, becomes an open space, a double height, but you are actually shifting this element. So it's not just going through the center of the building. And with this, the visitor has very different experiences. I find this is well developed. One of my first questions I had was, the exhibition space on the upper level is quite public, I'm assuming, because it is serving as an event space. And you are reducing then the circulation system to a spiral stair and the elevators. I mean, I'm assuming the elevators are there as well in case, I mean, some people need to take an elevator and some want to take an elevator. And I'm wondering if you worked on any alternative solutions here, because it's become very abruptly, the linear movement becomes a point that has a much narrower radius where suddenly less people can walk through the stair. And I'm assuming that if there's an exhibition, there might be a lot of people who are going to need access to this upper floor.
Yes, that's definitely something that I guess I didn't fully think about. I was mostly just trying to think of a way that's a different type of circulation than the rest of the building, something that's a more special moment than the other circulation strategies. But the actual flow of visitors is definitely something that I should have considered more.
Yeah, and then maybe a second thought that I had, and that's the reason why I asked in the beginning, I really appreciate this green carpet. And I remember this from the master plan review. I love the fact that you had already these details of what the green infrastructure is, all of the little drawings that were, yeah, I mean, they're attached to this diagram actually. And it's really as if you have the red carpets now in green that is rolling in front of the building. The question for me is, how is the building connecting to this carpet, maybe also in a metabolic or in an ecological fashion, that the facade becomes an element where, you know, rainwater is collected and there's a vertical garden component. Was this something that you were considering at some point? That somehow, I find that's a default nearly, because you have this green element and now your building is connecting to it and becomes a part of it.
Yes, I think if we had more time, that definitely would have been something that was part of the project. But that's a really good point and something that I would definitely want to explore further.
Okay, maybe Javier has some other thoughts, additional.
No, well, in fact, those 2 points were the ones that I wrote down, in fact, but going on the question, how to connect that green carpet with your current building without doing too many changes. What about just mirroring the plans? I mean, connecting the main staircase, instead of the vertical course facing the green carpet, why don't you mirror the floor plan and you put the green carpet closer to the main stair? Just that point, in that sense that the stair that you are building that is closer. Let me draw something. I mean, you see this stair, you enter right here, but if you put the stair here, at least you can go like that. And that's another point of connection. You see, it's just mirroring the floor plan. That an easy solution for that. And I also have one more question about the upper floor, and is that is for me the most singular space in your building, because you change the diagonals of that roof make a huge change in the whole geometry of the project. I would like to know, why is that change of direction in the geometry of the roof? And let's assume that this is the best one. I can also see a huge potential or need. Why don't you open more, let's see, windows on that and see what or how can those affect the interior of that space? Of course, the things about how to get into that level, which is a bigger staircase, are absolutely necessary, but also those changes in the roof plan could help you to understand how this space can improve a little bit more. I mean, it's just I said so because once we see this view from here, it is a very solid project. When I say solid, it's strong. I mean, it's you have thought a lot about the project, and it has a lot of potentials, but without some shifts that it can improve for the next step. I mean, you have the potential in it. So congrats on that sense. And let me say just the last thing. I love the way you have drawn your plans, the floor plans especially. They are really, really, really well drawn. So congrats on that.
Thank you.
I mean, I have a couple of thoughts. It always happens, right? When you have a nice project and a review, the reviewer is starting to draw on top of it and start to continue designing. I can't give up on this connection from the green band. So I find a project like this can be a knot, right? On the one hand side, it is taking the movement out of the sidewalk and starts to fold it up and becomes a circulation system. And this is basically, if I'm looking at this correctly, from east to west, right? But the other direction is the direction of the green space, brings a different movement, or maybe folds a different element into the building. And this could have been obviously through a green facade element that takes all the water that comes from the roof, drains it down, cleans it, and feeds it back into the park. Or it could have been, I don't know if you're familiar with the De Young Museum in San Francisco, through a system of courtyards, for example, a courtyard that brings the water down from the roof and then is also a light space and is maybe coupled in this moment with the circulation system, because the circulation system starts to rotate around this courtyard. And while the water drips down, the plants are growing, it also serves like a sponge and then feeds the water back into this linear park. So you don't need to sacrifice the facade for it when you want people to see the park. It could have also been a green courtyard element that you're integrating into the circulation system as an outdoor space, actually. That's in the De Young, it's an outdoor space. Sorry, clear the drawing.
I love, by the way, I love like you have tried to manage two geometries in the same project. I think you have started to do so with the roof floor plan and on the other plans. I think mixing those two geometries could help you a lot to improve the interior spaces. Yeah. I mean, I can see those courtyards in the roof floor plan, but they are in depth of the geometry of the other plans. If you shift to that diagonal geometry, I think your building will enrich a lot the project. So
yeah, I agree.
Yep, I think you have a lot there.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure, Javier, if this is what you were trying to hint at, but I have the feeling the two geometries are very exciting, and they're obviously also coming from your partie diagram where you have the pattern of the green space, but they stay very lateral. You're just like pancake. You're putting them on top of each other instead of taking the opportunity of merging them three-dimensionally and to break, allow them to have a conflict with each other, because this is where you can basically start breaking the building open and create a fracture maybe.
Yep. Exactly that. Sorry, congrats.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I might just pull the fourth wall down a little just to say, like, I saw Sari was laughing because we had like a week-long conversation about that roof and whether it should project down, whether the courtyard should be according to that roof line, and it was a struggle.
It was a struggle.
Yeah. As I said yesterday, I think it's a huge amount of work. So it is just like the next step. If we have one more month to go, right?
Okay, thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Can you hear me? It's audio is good. Okay. Slides are moving.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, hello and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amanda Bond, and today I'll be presenting the Community Center project, the Kansas City Agricultural Center. To start, the master plan, Kansas City Elevate, initially created in partnership with Josiah Ramirez. Through site analysis, the highest and lowest points on site, 970 feet above sea level and 860 feet above sea level respectively, became a point of interest. This 110-foot elevational difference became a focus point and major axis on the master plan. Maintaining the street grid and the existing ground condition was also a major priority in the master plan, resulting in a ground condition with a series of dispersed cores unified by a consistent podium level as seen in Axon before. The master plan was organized into a series of east-west programmatic strips, merging the communities of downtown Kansas City to the west, across the highway, and beyond the historically polarizing Troost Avenue to the east. A community strip was placed along Troost Avenue as well, to once again facilitate the bridging of the communities. The programmatic strips were shifted to allow for alternating green spaces on either side of the site, and a 50-foot by 50-foot grid was overlaid to organize the building massing, which resulted in this plan, generally following the street grid with the exception of the path connecting the highest and lowest points on site. Here are the views along that path to the highest and lowest and highest points respectively. Upon further research, it was also discovered that there were a series of food deserts near the site, but outside of the downtown loop. These usually coincided with light industrial districts in the city, which inspired the use of the community strip as farmland. The community center is at the head of the spine form on the strip, with various other community programs related to agriculture distributed along the spine as seen here. Buildings that were initially removed along the community strip in the master plan were brought back to reinforce the existing communities and the businesses in the area. The grids from the master plan and the grid created from the agricultural spine were then used to dictate the orientation of farming grids on each block. The blocks adjacent to the spine take on a smaller 25-foot or 12.5-foot grid for crops that require less land area. In particular, orchards are spaced on a 12.5-foot grid. On the other hand, large crops such as corn take on a 50-foot grid of the master plan. Also considered was the condition of the bridge of the master plan, which is used as infrastructure for a solar farm on site, as well as an aqueduct for irrigation of the farmland. It also becomes a walkable bridge above, creating a datum across the skyline, whereas a promenade that follows the topography is created at grade level. This converted community strip then became a convincing site for a community center in its placement along the farmland. It also occupies the previously mentioned highest point on site and is right beside Troost Avenue. This placement allows for Troost to become more of a primary axis as opposed to a dividing line. Which brings us to process in the creation of the community center. Throughout this project, test models were made. This first test model analyzed the entrance onto the diagonal pathway from Troost, considering methods of entry and the active passing under the building, taking inspiration from the master plan's podium level condition. This model explored the use of modular structures in order to organize the building's program. Instead of the master plan's 50-foot grid, a 25-foot grid is utilized here. And this final model reintroduced the bridge condition and a more complete building massing. Sketches also became a primary method of thinking and understanding the integration of the community center into the master plan and city at large. Extensive research was done in consideration of farmland and crops that could be grown outdoors. And for the bridge, the 12th Street Viaduct on the other side of the downtown loop inspired a third usage for the master plan's bridge, a cistern and aqueduct which may then be used to collect rainwater and irrigate the farmland on site. The experience of the building providing views to the city and the approach to the building from the farmland was also considered through perspectives. Which then brings us to the program organization, which takes its methodology from the master plan's community bridging. Community program flanks the agricultural program on both sides of the macro scale, which then carries to the micro scale. These are the ideas of what community and agricultural program may be, where there may be a chance for overlap in order to integrate program on various floors. A sample organization of program was tested, experimenting with both reinforcing the system of divisions into strips on lower floors, which are then unified on upper floors. which leads to a more decisive understanding of the program distribution in addition to core placement. To start, the underground is reserved exclusively for the mixed-use auditorium, which required the largest square footage and had a need for large storage space so that the room may be reconfigured depending on day-to-day usage. The ground floor introduces a series of dispersed massings, with a side on the left showcasing the double-height auditorium and the right being connected to both Troost and the ground-level promenade, which then inspired a large elevator as a major circulation path that connects the ground-level path here to the bridge on the upper floors. The first floor then unifies these massings with a continuous solid envelope, blocking exterior views on this floor but retaining interior views into two atrium spaces. An above-ground courtyard is also introduced here. The second floor then sheds the solid outer envelope, providing both interior and exterior views for the museum. And lastly, the third floor, which retains both interior and exterior views, but also provides connection to the upper bridge. In section, the triple height courtyard is showcased in addition to the bridge and its water retention capabilities. And here, from left to right, the grand elevator, one of the atriums that runs through the building, and the auditorium with a changing roof plane that responds to the seating area placement. And the section perspective, facing Troost, which once again shows the courtyard and atrium, and the juxtaposition between the ground and the bridge. Which brings us back to the building as a whole, embedded in the orchard and connected to Troost where the road is widened to create a plaza. And lastly, the experience of the building. Imagine you are a tourist exploring Kansas City, curious about this new community center. You start along the promenade, experiencing the community strip, seeing workers tend to the farmland and others walking to and from various buildings on the thoroughfare. You heard there was a particularly interesting exhibition in the building's agricultural museum, which you go and explore. You were also told this building includes a farm-to-table restaurant. You were feeling hungry after all your exploration, and you get a view of the city while you're at it. You then leave along the bridge, continuing to explore the area for the rest of the day. Now, for a change of pace, imagine you're a Kansas City local. This building isn't as new to you, but you decide to stop here on a Saturday after running a few errands. You enter the building from along Troost, walking across the plaza and using the grand elevator. You stop in the library to see if their book selection was any different from the last time you were here, after which you stop in the restaurant, sits in the same building, and you take leftovers home. It was a productive day. Lastly, imagine you are a farm worker on this strip, and your boss has sent you to the community center to run errands and learn more about agriculture beyond field work. So you leave the fields and walk along the promenade, dropping soil samples at the research lab as your boss instructed. You then go down into the auditorium where a lecture about urban agriculture takes place. It's particularly informative, and it tells you about how urban agriculture operates across the United States. The lecturer then states that there's a smaller class being conducted about economics of urban agriculture in the classrooms on the library floor. It's a topic you're interested in, and you spend the rest of the day in the library researching more. You are now once again yourself and have reached the end of the presentation of the Kansas City Agricultural Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Is there a chance that we for 1 second could zoom once more into the master plan render?
Yeah,
The second
sure.
one here.
Yeah, okay. That's like way back, but. So. Like this.
Yeah. And you worked on the pink building, right?
Yes, that's where
Yeah.
the building is placed.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Amanda, what is on the other side of that bridge? Of that huge bridge? What are you trying to connect in these two poles of that straight line?
Yeah, that's the connection between the highest and lowest point on site, as mentioned before. So,
But
yeah,
apart I mean,
apart from that, like
yeah,
community-wise, well, on the western side of the master plan is the Kansas City downtown area. It's primarily a business district, and then I've created my master plan in order to bridge that community with on the east of Troost Avenue, which is where our designated site for the master plan ended, which is primarily lower income, more people of color live in that area, and it's also attributed to be a light industrial area.
Okay. My question was, because it's like a really strong gesture in the urban scale in the city. So I think that there's a huge opportunity to understand the bridge as a central part of your final project, not just like something like, okay, in the end you have built a volume, and then suddenly the bridge is touching your building in some point. I think your building could have more like an extension into that bridge, not just like a plan that goes inside your building, but what about thinking that your building goes outside into that bridge? I think that there was an opportunity to give more intensity to that first gesture of that straight line, and that is one thing. And one other thing is when seeing the final images, the exterior renderings of your building, I mean, they are okay, but they are so okay that they are for me like too neutral. Like, okay, this could be a place to understand what is agriculture, but it could be a medical center. It could be, and that's for me one thing that when you think about the materiality of your buildings, you should take care of that into account, because I mean, they are okay. As I said, they are okay, but I think you have to explore more what does the material add to your building, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, sorry.
because materiality definitely came last in the process. I think I did want it to be a very honest expression. I think, like linking back into Kansas City's like concrete to industry, which is huge in the Art Deco. And then even on site, there's like ironworks and there's a glass making building, as seen here. Yeah, the Gate City Glass and Company and the Hayes Company, those are both completely involved in construction. And so I wanted to take some of the local materials and apply them to the building, definitely. But yeah, I didn't get to really experiment more with facade and materiality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to second what Javier said in his first comments. I remember the discussion of the master plan, and I think actually it came up what this bridge is, right? What is it connecting? And I remember that I said I somehow liked the bridge. It was an incredible, interesting dynamic that you added, and it nearly had the same dimension as the blocks that were integrated, and these, everything was floating on top of your interpretation of the urban ground as a landscape. And for me, it was a read in between the building elements that you added and the infrastructure that exists because of the highway. And I still like the bridge. But I agree that the bridge and the building, there are different interpretations that you can have. One is there's a bridge and then we have buildings attached to the bridge. Or we have the bridge as building. And there are actually beautiful historic examples. For example, in Florence, there are these bridges that are crossing the river, and they have the bazaar literally built into the bridge. And the bridge is not only infrastructure, the bridge is actually the building. And there is also in Iran, there are these bridges that have the tea house integrated. So there are fantastic interpretations of building becoming infrastructure and creating an incredible, interesting hybrid in it. And I remember that you said, well, there are the solar panels on the bridge. And then I'm seeing here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are more programs. And I find it an incredible opportunity to see the bridge as one gigantic building that has all of these different programs integrated to nurture the farm. It is literally the infrastructure, not only for the pedestrians, but the infrastructure that connects the farmland with all the services that the farm needs, including bathrooms, changing rooms, areas where you can lock your car, not the car, the bikes, etc., etc. So this being said, somehow if I would have approached it, I would have given the building the same dimension as a bridge, just to give yourself a little bit of more constraint, because I'm assuming this would have worked out just flipping the building and literally integrating it into this dimension. And then automatically you would have given it I assume, a stronger relationship with the bridge and the circulation that comes from the bridge. This being said, I really appreciate the honesty of the process that you documented with the sketches and the models. And I really loved the narrative that you presented at the end to allow us to see how the building is going to be perceived on a daily basis by different characters, and how meaningful an infrastructure, social infrastructure like this could be for Kansas City, not only for people living in the neighborhood, but also for visitors, etc. I mean, you have the farm worker, you know, I was looking for the volunteer, somebody who's maybe not working there, but comes there on a regular basis. My biggest concept is, you know, the strong tie between the master plan and the building. And that would have been probably a little bit stronger if you would have allowed the bridge to become a building.
Yeah. Okay.
By the way, the way you represent this site plan, the one that is on the screen right now, which is, I think it's made by a person that is trying to find something, but she doesn't know yet what, which is the background of those plots. I think with this freedom is with the one that you could keep working on the materiality of your building, the way you distribute your floor plans, because right now, okay, you have like 2 courtyards, and then you put the vertical cores in the facades, but suddenly, just like you did with this diagonal, just like rotating some elements, like putting them in a, let's say, not the expected place, maybe you could find like that boost your floor plan needs to transform the I don't want to say, let's say, formal building, let's say that it works, okay, but you have done some gestures in your master plan that if you keep working with that strategy at the level of the building, you could discover new opportunities at that scale, right? I said it the other day, when you work at the urban scale, you put on the desk, on the table, strategies that could be applied also to that building, because at the end we are thinking about concepts, and suddenly when you move from the urban scale to the building scale, then you can discover unexpected solutions. So I think you have done here in this particular slide a great job. So I do like the way you represented here the master plan.
Yeah, that's a good way of framing it, Javier. I think there's also, I mean, in a studio like this, which is, I believe, extremely important in an architecture education. So congratulations again to your instructors, where you have to have your head in multiple scales. And, you know, there's always this fragile moment, or you have the master plan scheme. You got feedback, so you actually don't have time to integrate the feedback because you now move into an architectural scheme. And that you say that you turn away from the master plan and now design a building. And I think really good successful projects are bridging between the master plan scheme and the architecture. They are on the one hand side always asking, what is the architecture giving back to the master plan, also the urban context, but also what is the urban scheme, the partie diagram providing and as a helpful tool to actually develop the architecture. And then when you go and increase resolution, you have to fold this back into the master plan. So that's this back and forth between the 2 different scales. And that's the reason why I think in the master plan, it's a bridge, it's an infrastructure. So looking at the architecture as a form of infrastructure that becomes this gigantic building at the end of the day, I think would have been a really strong comment and also a support for the master plan. It's literally nurturing the field that sits under it, the large agricultural farm, and also the landing point on the 6 Sorry.
Okay, great. So thanks, Amanda.
Yep, thanks.
Um, Avery.
Hi. Just share my screen. My name's Avery Moultrie, and the title of my project is called Kid Corner. To begin, here's the downtown loop of Kansas City highlighted, and our sites, Site A, Site B, and Site C. My partner and I were looking at the densification of the site, the circulation pathways of the downtown loop, and also the green armature, especially the lack of green armature around our site. The only green around our site is parks to the left and to the right. So here's the existing site before the master plan. And then my partner and I began by creating a super block to give space back to pedestrian pathways and veer away from vehicular circulation. Here's for the proposed connectivity with a vertical axis from the north to south, and then 3 horizontal axes from the east to west. And then these 3 horizontal axes actually line up with the parks on the left and right of the site. Here's a ground floor plan with my proposed community building. And here are the different districts of Kansas City showing how the master plan connects to the rest of Kansas City. Then there's those axes connecting across my community center on the top left-hand corner. And my partner and I decided to create a hub space where the most public program would be. And my community center actually takes up the top left-hand corner of the site, but does connect to the hub across one of those horizontal axes. My community center also breaks up the edge conditions of the site, and the internal axes connect the community center to the south part of the site and across the vertical axis to the east part of the site. Here's the ground and 4th floor. The 4th floor closed blocks are created connecting all of the figure on the ground floor. And then here's my program and activator spaces. So to the left are the enclosed program spaces. And then on the right are activator spaces, which are basically public outdoor spaces that correspond to different programs, which go from innovation creation to culture to networking and art. And then there's some examples of what these spaces would actually look like. And then here's my community center with the master plan, showing both those parks connected with the 3 pedestrian pathways, and also one of the pedestrian pathways going right by my community center and the playscape. Here's a site section. And then my proposed special program was a youth center, prioritizing collective spaces for kids to learn and play. Some elements that I felt were worth highlighting on the ground floor was a courtyard that has water features, vegetation, and a sand pit for children. And then the playscape on the south part of the site that's made of recycled rubber tires, and then a rock wall. Then here's the entrances and axes. The entrances are highlighted in blue and are also offset from the facade of the building to show where people can enter the building. And then the red axes, the vertical red axes show how the community center connects to the playscape on the bottom, and then the red horizontal axes connect with one of those pedestrian pathways. On the left is my massing diagram showing the ground floor with the 2 figures, and then each floor corresponding upwards spins around in a pinwheel-like condition, and they're also offset so that they overhang the 2 figures in the ground floor. And then on the right is my circulation diagram with 2 vertical cores, and highlighted in orange is a roofscape that's sort of a ramp condition. And then here's my ground floor, which has 2 different lobby spaces, one for the youth center for parents to drop off and pick up their kids. And then there's a general lobby space for people visiting the exhibition space, auditorium, and library. Here's the second floor that has daycare, classrooms, and an auditorium. And then here's the third floor where we begin to see the roofscape start to materialize with a stair and ramp. And that connects to exhibition space, the double height of the auditorium, and a library. And then here's the completed roofscape that connects to a cafe and library. Here's a section perspective showing the stair on the left-hand side going up to the roofscape, and also collective spaces on the right-hand side for people to sit and meet. Here's another section perspective showing another part of the roofscape on the left-hand side, and also some of those classrooms. And then this section perspective shows the double height lobby spaces to the left and the right. Here's an axon, a simple axon showing the backside and how the playscape connects to the building. And then here's experiential views from inside the courtyard, looking at the fountain, the roofscape, and some benches and plants up there. Inside the library, more of the inner courtyard and the circulation there. And then one of the double height spaces of the lobby space. Thank you. I can go back to any drawing you guys would like to see.
Thank you, Avery. I'm just looking. So I have a couple of comments in relationship to the placement of the building. But before we start with this, thinking back to the master plan, originally when you posted this in the master plan, it was basically a podium building, right? So the typologies that you're offering across your master plan are podium towers or courtyard towers. And your building didn't have a residential component. It was basically the social infrastructure located in the podium, right?
Yes.
And in your interpretation, is this a courtyard, or is it a U shape? What's the relationship between your building and the green space that sits behind it? Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So I'm
this
this relationship here.
Are you asking what is the relationship?
Yeah, I'm trying to clarify your partie in my head, because it's an interesting or funny hybrid between, on the lower floors it's actually closed, right? It's a courtyard, and then on the upper floors it's opening, at least view-wise, to the green space that sits in the back.
Yeah. So the ground floor is actually, it is open as well. It's not totally closed off. There are only two figures, and they're vertical figures, which are shown here, and they have like a similar typology to the ground floor, like vertical figures on like the bottom part. Does that make more sense?
Yeah.
Or
okay, I mean, this is actually a good slide to bring up some questions that I had in relationship to the urban. Why are you? It seems nearly as if you shrank your building. It's floating in space, right? So it's not catching up as any of the frames that you are establishing through the neighboring buildings. This line or this line, it jumps back on the street frontage without explaining why or what's now happening here. So I'm wondering why you didn't close the corner here in order to make also more space inside for the then protected area where kids can run around and play, etc.
yeah, the master plan, I found it to be like a very close perimeter condition, and I wanted my community space to actually be the opposite of that, which is the opposite of what you're trying to say, what you're telling me to do. So I thought that by shrinking it and setting it back, that sort of made it like more of an open space for people to know that, oh, this is a community center and this is not like a more like closed, defined like perimeter of the rest of the master plan. Like it was supposed to be like more of a like a breather in the master plan rather than like trying to like line it up with the rest of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think even the perimeter that you're saying creates a close, I mean, there are ways of, you know, eroding it in the first floor, allowing the pedestrians to connect to the back, et cetera, et cetera. But I think when you do this, you can't leave it wide. Then, because it's a part of your site and you need to create a stronger argument why you're jumping back and what you're gaining through this. Because I find, specifically when it's a social infrastructure building, you know, the responsibility of the architect is to give something back to the city and to make a clear argument why you are doing what. And leaving it wide, in the beginning I thought really, oh, something must have been gone wrong in copying the building into the diagram or something like this, because it seemed nearly like a mistake. But this is specifically because you leave it wide, because we have no idea what's happening there. So I think if you make these decisions, it's important to discuss this, and we can only discuss it when, you know, you make a statement for what's happening now in front of the building and why you believe it's important to jump back. And there are also possibilities to jump back on one front, but not on the other, depending on where most of the pedestrians are coming from, etc. So yeah, so that's just as a general comment. And I think we can, if Javier doesn't have anything to comment on this scale, we can also jump to the building. Javier, do you want to add something to the urban discussion?
No, well, I was about to say that your building is much more urban than expected, because you let the people to go from the ground floor just to the upper floor, like going in that spiral sense. So you had like a walkable roof, and then I could go to the upper floor without entering the building, without even enter the building. So I think your ground floor in this scale is something that you should have shown in this plan, and not the ground floor. I mean, your roofs are also floors. So this is a very important decision that you've made, and this could have helped you a little bit more to understand what is the relationship between the two parts of your plot. Because as Mona said, you have split your site into two parts. In this drawing, the one that is above seems to be made by one person, and the one that is above seems to be done by another one. So I think there's something just to have in mind, that when we draw some geometries, they could be extended far away from the building, and just to modify the urban areas that we have around. I wrote down, when you were exposing your building, I wrote down edges, borders, limits. So I think those are the key words in this scale. So maybe we can go inside the building to understand a little bit more what's going on. But I think those are questions just to keep in your mind, right?
Yeah.
By the way, when we saw, I mean, when I saw the plans, I was a little bit confused about how the building worked. But let me tell you that when I saw the section perspectives, I realized that your building has much more potential than I thought when seeing your plans. So I think that you have done a really well worked building when working in section, which is something not too easy for a young student. So congrats on that sense. It's a very tricky thing to work in section. But I don't know why there's some kind of disconnection between the plans and the sections in order to understand how it works. It's for me a little bit tricky to understand how your building works.
Okay.
Yeah, can we go through the section and the... You have a long section? That's a very beautiful drawing, by the way.
Thank you. A long section.
And running in the other direction. Yeah, this is the other direction, right? Yeah.
Yes.
And is this true what Javier said, that I can go to the rooftop without entering the building?
It's not true. At first, I was a little confused myself. I was like, did I make it? But no. The vertical floors are all accessed from the inside, and then the rooftop is accessed from the second floor. So you have to go inside the building.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is, you know, that's a quick fix. So should you, I don't know, putting it into your portfolio or next time when you work on a topic like this, I think there's an incredible value by saying the building is a landscape and the landscape is a public space actually. And even if it's Sunday afternoon and the music corner experience, you know, it's at a museum, a kind of community center for kids, right?
Yeah.
The kids corner, yeah. So even if this is closed, kids can still perceive and understand the building as a kind of playground because the landscape folds up and it's exciting for parents to be there as well. And I think this is a beautiful concept and makes your building extremely urban. Again, it's what is the architecture contributing to its urban context? One advice that I have, connected stronger with the, you know, the section is very successful and you activate the movement of folding these surfaces and connecting this to the green space that sits behind it. And I would encourage you, even if you don't go to the street frontage, make it longer and line it up with the other buildings in the north, I think, so that you take advantage of the whole block site. You have to imagine, you know, I know that you gave yourself your own parcelization, but at some point you need to understand, oh, it's a developer who gives me this parcel. And now the developer is asking me, or the city is asking me, why am I just building on 50% of the site, right? What are you doing with the rest of this land that I gave to you? So I would stretch it north-south. And then if you want to step back because you want to give it a front plaza, that's fantastic. But understand it as one of the surfaces that maybe bring people into the building. Maybe it slopes up and down so that you understand it's a continuation of the building and it serves as a surface literally to bring people into the building or to allow people to sit in front of the building. Again, they are waiting maybe for a bus or to be picked up, etc. So don't shy away from the scale of your site. And again, I think the north-south connection and to allow people to actually migrate on the roof, even if the building is closed, would be important.
Okay. That makes it clearer, actually. Thank you.
Here was my ground floor. Sorry for that, but I think that when seeing the other section perspective, I think you had a lot of ideas on this one. I think you see this movement in there. It's what Mona said. I mean, keep it to the other side of the plot, right? Like this, and see what happens if it goes up and down. And maybe you divide your program into different parts of this slide. And I don't know, there's a huge potential on this scheme of going up and down and see what's above and below that spiral movement. So
yeah. So when this is a section, right, it would have been so fantastic to have this dashed line. There's something that allows me to get up here from the garden. And a long connection, like really understanding this as your side. I'm adding a little bit at the top because I still believe you should have done that. It's if around everywhere the building, the same thing happens because you're stepping back on all fronts, then it becomes nearly meaningless. I think you have to really position it strongly and say, well, that's my front plaza. I'm intentionally stepping back because this is where the bus comes in, etc., etc. But I'm not forgetting about this piece of land. It's mine. I have to design it, right? But then I'm really taking advantage of this extent.
You show at the very beginning of the presentation a slide where you showed the evolution of the size of the buildings of different plots from a century ago to nowadays. And I think the building that you are building right now is of that scale. And then your master plan is from the 21st century scale. So there's that, I don't know the word, but like two-faced reality that you have working with. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something, I mean, I want to just add some final comments. I like this analysis a lot, the transformation from the smaller grain city to the big boxes, and then the vacant land at the moment. And one suggestion that I would have had, and I know we are not landscape architects, right? But we are, so in a project like this, a landscape is a part of your project, and you are struggling a little bit with the formal language. How am I going to design this, right? And one way of solving the problem would have been actually to understand the grain, the gridded little grain, as a genius loci that is a part of, it's like an echo, it's a part of the site's history, and to use the smaller grain pixelization to design the landscape. And it is, it's about connecting the person to the scale of the landscape. So the pixelization makes perfect sense. And there are beautiful examples, contemporary examples you can look at, how a landscape is pixelated in a three-dimensional way, where every little pixel at some point has also a height, right? Even if it's just an inch, or it's soft versus hardscape, but then it can also become the playground for the kids, because the kids are jumping up and down on these pixels. And when you look, for example, at Aldo von Eyck's orphanage and the way how he designed these courtyards, they are all abstract toys for the kids. A kid's toy is not something that comes from the shelf. It should not, actually. If it does come from the shelf, it's way too defined what a kid is meant to do there. And the most encouraging playgrounds are those that are abstract, because the kid needs to figure out, what am I going to do with this pixel that has now the height of this and that? And for an older kid, it's something else than for a younger kid. So it's actually in abstraction, there's a lot of play possible in the moment when we design fields that are not completely defined. There are actually super beautiful writings about how to design the city as a gigantic playground.
Absolutely.
I think this was great to kind of understand urban design, master plan, and building, and the responsibility that one has towards the city, towards the location. So I think this was great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Javier, exactly. That's an example. Is this in Bilbao somewhere?
It is. It is.
It is.
It is. It is.
It's a European project, right?
Yeah, I win a one. Yeah.
Exactly. I went there with my students. Yeah, that's the examples I was looking for.
By the way, that is a great source to look at when doing this kind of projects. European. I mean, yeah. I'm not sure if you've been told about it, but you should look for it. It's a it's a factory of ideas ready to explore, to modify, to adapt, to learn from. So
yeah, I
have
agree.
a look at it.
Yeah, for everyone who doesn't know what this is, it's the competition for young architects in Europe. And cities are donating sites, and when you win the competition, you are building it, and you are paired up with a local architect to help with the process. And it's happening across whole Europe. And Vienna, for example, always had multiple sites. And it's a great opportunity for young architects to get their first project. And they're always urban plus something, urban housing, urban playgrounds, urban everything. You have to be under 40 though.
It's funny because I actually came across the German participation in Europan yesterday, and I was going to send it to the students, the link. And I thought, oh no, I don't want to kind of confuse them right now at the review. I sent it afterwards. So I have a link where you can look at projects and at Europan locations. Yeah, it's great. Okay, so we jump, we go to Chris Kulik now because on the list, Lauren couldn't present, so we go to Chris.
You see everything okay?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Chris Kulik, and this is Community Fitness. Before getting into the community center, I wanted to talk about the design of my community. When looking at the grid system of our community, Max South, my partner for the first half of this project, and I wanted to bridge the connections between the west side of I-70 and Margaret Kemp Park on the east side. The park currently is largely unused, and we wanted to change that and revitalize it. So we proposed a greenway that would stretch across, connecting to parts of the community. Wanted to make it cohesive and pedestrian friendly too. So we decided on creating a super block where pedestrians could walk from different parts of the block without having to worry about cars or traffic. Designing our building masses, we took inspiration from Karl Marx-Hof, which is in Vienna, Austria. Like ours, the block used is a super block, and we liked how the massive masses would create these beautiful green spaces within the enclosures. For the master plan Max and I came up with, we designed one cohesive meandering building with the passage on the first floor through the buildings. Additionally, for the greenway, we added a sports field with a pond, fountain, and winding pathway. The basic program layout of our massing was commercial on the first two floors, the garden level, which is an outdoor space on the third level, and the top two floors being residential. After having a mid-review and contemplating our design, I encountered two major issues with the design. While the idea of a large pedestrian walk is great for access and not having to worry about cars and traffic, in an American city like Kansas City, it provides lots of problems for the existing community with access. I decided it wasn't realistic, and we decided that we should break up the meandering buildings as well when having streets go through. So here's the master plan that I came up with after splitting with Max. So here are the vertical axes that I presented, and here are the horizontal going through the site. As far as pedestrian axes through the site, this was my solution, was to have one vertical axis going down the middle, and then two going from the park to the main community. And then for the placement of the community center, I put it here on the main vertical road axis so that I could have it be visible from both cars and pedestrians when going through, and it proved to be a nice middle ground between the urban part and the park part. So for the community center, here, just to start, here's a perspective of the design I came up with. Here's a sectional diagram of how I laid out the program. So we have three different parts, collective being on the first floor, which is a small grocery store, a community space like lounge area, an exhibition, and an auditorium. On the second level for the program, I decided on athletic facilities because the surrounding neighborhood didn't seem to have that, and I thought it would be a nice addition for the apartments nearby and the proposed residential and major massing that I proposed. And on the top was work environment, so that would be classrooms and administration. As for the ground level plans, I decided to have, like I said, those parts. So the community space being in red, the exhibition being on the left in blue, and the auditorium being on the right. And the main circulation access is between the stairs and the program. So I have the stairs laid out on the urban side closest to the urban like meandering masses, and one in each section. And also for the first floor, I decided, because I have these passages through the building, I decided to make the glass channeled glass, so it kind of feels like the building's lifted up for access to go through the building. And then on the second building, where the masses or the spaces between the massing closes up, I designed, this is the athletic center where I have physical therapy, the pool, and then a workout facility. The pool is double height, that has a walkway up to a courtyard that is exclusively for the pool. And the pool also has these kind of coves that I design, so one could swim out to them and get a view of the park through the windows. And then here's the third level. So the pool is still double height, but you can walk out to a window to view and look down. And then the one courtyard on the right is for the pool only, but can be accessible from up top. And the other courtyard is more for the community. And then on the other program I have is administration and classrooms. And then here's a section showing that bypass and the pool. And here's a cross section going the other way to show the cove where you can kind of swim out, but also section. Then here's a section perspective going through the stairs to see that they're all on the same axes, but there's also circulation through the building. And then here are some perspectives. And through this one, you can see the staircases through the windows and the channel glass on the first floor. And then here is a rendering of the pool area where I have those codes and spaces. That's my project. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a section where the building is presented, a short section of the building, but the long section of the landscape, where the landscape is integrated?
You mean one with the site?
Yeah, one with the sports field that is attached to the building.
Oh, no, I do not.
But here the sports field is on the left side, right?
Correct, correct.
Yeah. Well, I mean, first, I like the fact that you took some of the, I remember the discussion of the midterm, and that you took the comments and yet you adjusted your master plan. I think that's applaudable. You were very clever choosing this building, I find. It's a beautiful building in the context of the landscape for the development of the architectural scale, because it's basically the bar, and then there's this huge sport field that is attached to it. And one question that I have is, what's your relationship what's the attitude of your building in relationship to its site? Where does it want to open, and where does it maybe wants to protect itself? How are you positioning this, and how is this expressed through the architecture, opening, circulation system, etc.?
Right. So I would say here maybe. Okay, so just on the near side of this building, I have it so that there are still the openings going through, but the facade is, there's not really openings, so it kind of is more urban in that way, as in like it's not very open. It opens more like with the courtyards and the pool, and the windows opens more towards should go with the master plan. Or So, okay, so this is the back of the building where I have those cutouts. So the courtyards on the top and then the large glazing of the pool. So that kind of overlooks the park. And I thought, well, the park and the, and I also have a track in there, like for athletics. So I guess it's more designed like that. So the front of the building is more like rigid and less opened up, except for like windows, because it's like on the street side.
Yeah, no, I understand this. Okay, can you go back to the first floor plan? Is it the first floor, the street level?
Right. Yeah, so the
So
street level.
What's
or the-
happening in these pockets? These are just the lounge areas?
Those are entries, and then I have like where the space permits, I have like a few chairs situated there and like a desk, maybe like a help desk for people going in to maybe navigate the community center who are new.
Okay, and you intentionally separated this into 3 parts, not because that was a partie of the urban, but because you wanted to have 3 different buildings in the first floor, with 3 different distinct programs, correct?
Correct. But I also wanted to have passage through the from the park to the urban realm, because I thought that'd be a good way so that the occupant kind of has to engage with the building in some way. So maybe that attracts people, or, you know,
Yeah.
people get to see it more.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a couple of comments that might help. So I find, because when you said it's more urban, so it's more close, so as if urban means close, but what you meant was it's you know, following the line here, I'm assuming, right?
Right.
Yeah, and then on the other side, it's actually also following a line, but there are these pockets that you are integrating specifically on the upper level, right?
Right.
So I'm understanding that you say, well, the urban edge is a clear line, but on the other side, I'm allowing for various relationships between the landscape and the building.
Mm.
So if this is I find this a beautiful partie. I still believe that the urban edge could have been more populated, in the sense of, imagine you're walking down the sidewalk and the only thing that you are seeing is a fire stair, or I don't know if this is the fire stair, is
Right.
circulation and people sitting in chairs. You know, there are functions like a cafe, like a bookshop, that can be easily integrated with your 3 programs that actually create symbiotic relationships, and that would also enrich the sidewalk. So please
Yeah.
don't just treat it as circulation to circulation. There are people walking outside and there are people walking inside. You know, the reason why we like to walk through cities is because we are going from storefront to storefront and we are looking at this stuff even if we never buy it. But that makes the urban walk richer as an experience. So I think there could have been something that you added here. If this is a main circulation, it would have been also nice to actually it depends on, no, I mean, the long stair, I like this a lot. It's something that I would see also in the, you know, let's imagine it's an evening and inside there's light and I'm seeing the staircase as a part of the building circulation. So that's all good. For coming back to this kind of partie, and, you know, I was always drawing a section and that's your building. And then you had these funny parties, porches, where you sometimes has a very thick floor plate and sometimes a thinner floor plate, and the swimming pool integrated. And I think there's a beautiful opportunity. I think you're not there yet, but there's a beautiful opportunity to understand the floor plate, not as a flat plate, but as something that is folded in order to accommodate for different ceiling heights that are in relationship to the program. You know, a basketball court and an exercise space is different than a corridor, is different than a locker room, is different than a swimming pool. And you have all of these different floor heights and they are in section nested into each other. And that's actually a beautiful way of creating the landscape in the building. And then I always thought, well, if this is the case for the building and you're maybe flipping it, then why not continuing this in the landscape outside? Instead of just having the standard running soccer course there, could the landscape be also something that consists out of these different levels in order to allow the landscape to really connect to the building? Because at the end of the day, they are not two separate entities. They're one program. It's all about the community and the exercising, and there's also a sport field, right? And the sport field has maybe different components, seating areas where people can sit, and sometimes it's a soccer field, sometimes it's an event space. So allowing the landscape to be a part of the building by applying the same party in the section might have helped also to help to design the landscape.
I completely agree. Yeah.
Sorry, Javier.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I was just thinking one more thing about this party, this back and front scheme. And I would like also to say that the way we enter a building, the entrances are very, very important. And when I saw yours, I think I'm not very sure where do I have to go inside your building. You see here, like these two doors in here, like these ones and these ones are the ones that, like, I don't know, maybe the entrance is something like, okay, those are the ones, and maybe those ones, and then we understand that this is all the entrance of your building, right? So you have to identify, or not you, the user has to clearly identify where do I enter the building. This is one thing. And another thing, I will jump back to the urban scale. I think that you posed a key question when saying that this city has a lot of cars, and we can't avoid them. We can erase them from our plans. But I think that we have to find a way to coexist. And in this coexistence, you made a decision that was, again, splitting your plot into 3 or 4 parts. I don't know how many. But the thing is that when you split them, you gave the car the same importance that it had before you did anything. I think these streets that you are doing crossing the plots are the same ones that run from south to north. And maybe there was an opportunity to understand that these crossing streets on your plot could be part of your buildings somehow. I mean, let's say soft traffic or something like that, but trying to understand that the pedestrian and the car should not be fighting each other. I mean, this is something to keep thinking about. You made a statement, and then when you jump into your final scheme, then we realize that the street that goes this one, and this one are barely the same. What could have been understanding that this is a soft street? I don't know how, maybe because the car doesn't go on a straight line, but suddenly it goes up and down, and then goes up and down, and it crosses, slowing down the speed of the cars in here. Understanding that your side is all this one.
Right.
I mean, this is not saying no to the car, but saying, okay, we are gonna share this space, and you are not above me, because the pedestrian is the main user in the city. And this is something that could also be applied to this part of your scheme, right? This is like thinking forward in the way we use cars in the city. They are necessary, obviously they are, but we need to rethink about the way we use them.
So like having the traffic kind of like slow down when going through the site.
Yeah, I think what Javier also suggests is the one, what's the name of the concept? I think Keil invented it, shared street. So you have the same service. You don't have a curb cut. You don't have the white here. It's actually also the brick if I'm using the same pattern. And there is no differentiation between the areas where people are walking and the streets are driving. And that automatically creates a moment of care, right? Because you don't want to hit a pedestrian. And automatically people are going to slow down. I think it's called shared road.
Yeah.
Like, so that would be having like a bike lane or like a walkway.
It's actually, it's nothing. It's like here, your brick surface continues. That's all brick here. The whole thing filled out.
Yeah.
And there is no curb cut. There's no curb cut. And yeah, you can drive in, but you will see, oh, there's no curb cut, which means pedestrians will be everywhere and you will slow down immediately. This is the idea of the shared road. There is no differentiation between sidewalk people and lower level of street cars.
Yeah.
Everyone can be everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see these red lines I draw here, they are not in reality, they are at the same level. All the street from here to here is at the same level.
Right. Is there a name for those streets that have? I don't know if like I've probably seen them somewhere.
Yeah, I can find an example. Shared road.
Thank you.
Omar put something in the chat.
Yeah.
About shared space.
Thank you.
Here's an image, I think. I just Googled this shared road. If you click on the image, you will find also a brick road, actually, that works well with your scheme.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and this being said, I think Javi had a very good point when he said you can't have so many entrances. They are competing with each other. You have no idea where to go. And I actually believe maybe you don't even need two. Oops. Yeah, actually, I wanted to make an argument from the urban. So, I mean,
sorry.
They are all competing, right? And you don't know what's the difference between this one and between this one. So one question I also had originally was, do you need two? Do you need this symmetry? Or would it make more sense to have one that then is a meaningful connection because there's something here and there's something here. And from this passage, you can get into the two dominant parts of the ground floor program because you're simply stating exhibition and this middle program that can be combined. Why not? And then you have one larger space here and one smaller space that can be rented out and where it makes sense to have two different entrances.
I guess one of the challenges, the reason why I had those two entrances was I was a little stuck between, like I wanted passage to be easy to go from like mass to mass, but also I wasn't sure if I should just have the doors on the side there and not, on the like the main street. So it was kind of, I mean, now thinking, I mean, I guess you could also make like an argument, you kind of have to go through the building to get through the entrance so you can, I don't know, engage with it a little bit more too.
I mean, the problem here I find is you're getting into the same space.
Right.
If this would have been a cafe and the cafe is accessible during the opening hours, but also outside of the opening hours, well, then you need two entrances.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have to move on. Thanks a lot for the comments.
Thank you. Thank you. I agree with everything everybody said. Thank you.
You better do.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Jake?
Hi, sorry, I'm making my camera on because for some reason, like whenever I turn it on, it kind of glitches out, or I keep it off. Sorry. But can everybody see that?
Yes.
It's actually not the wrong one. Sorry. Let me make sure. Okay, yeah, this is. Okay, yeah, sorry. Just had to make sure. One. Okay. Hi, my name is Jake Davis, and this is my master plan and community center design proposal titled The Knot. So earlier in the semester, when my partner Clarence and I did our site analysis, we discovered that there are two major issues with our site as it currently resides. The first issue was a lack of identity. And the second one was a lack of connection. So as shown in this diagram, the city clearly lacks a strong identity due to many different and segregated districts. The inner city districts that correlate to our site are the financial district, the power and light district, and the East Village. The outer districts that correlate to our site are the River Market, Crossroads District, and Paseo West. Our site, which encompasses the East Village and Paseo West, consists of predominantly government buildings and parking lots. So there's no clear identity. The second problem that we analyze is the lack of connections to the site. This diagram highlights in green the minuscule car traffic going through the site. It also expresses in orange the limited accessibility to the site, which therefore implies that there's little incentive to inhabit our site. So with these goals in mind, we developed with these issues in mind, we developed two clear goals for our master plan. The first goal is to create identity and program around the site. We consider ways in which we could unite the different zones in and around the city while also breaking their rigidity and morphing them together. The second goal was to reconnect the site. We wanted to look at how we could connect all sides of our site, and we wanted to consider how we could use multiple different modes of transportation to do so. So with this analysis and these goals in mind, I arrived at my scheme. First, I created a horizontal spine that connects east and west. First I created a vertical spine that goes to the center of the site, connecting north and south. Next, I added a horizontal spine, which connects east and west. After creating this cross, I twisted these connections to create a knot in order to specify connections to the city's inner and outer districts. In order to create and influence movement and circulation through the site, I turned these knots into waves. Within the loose boundaries of this wave is where these waves is where I place my massing. Also, where the two waves intersected is where I place my community center. In placing my community center in the site, I shaped the massing to align with that of the rest of the site. Next, I divided the massing where the knot intersected and shifted one of the shapes left to frame the north-south entry and to introduce the first courtyard. To create the east-west entry, I shifted the other shape down and introduced the second courtyard. Lastly, in order to maximize climate comfort, I manipulated the angles of these two shapes. This solar and wind diagram highlights the orientation and shaping of the community center in response to the wind and sun exposure in the winter and summer. The shape welcomes sunlight and summer winds while blocking winter winds. The site is split into three central zones, which are divided by East 11th Street and East 9th Street, moving horizontally. The first zone is the Plaza South, located in the southern region of our site. The program bought into the site derives from the existing program around Kansas City and also a new program that was missing originally. The plazas are the heart of Zone 1, which creates spaces for people to sit outside and eat, listen to live music, or enjoy a drink. Each roof contains green spaces with different species of plants represented by the color variation. And the circulation through the site follows the spiral or the wave that we created and leads people to experience each plaza as they travel by. Zone 2, called Plaza South, contains the same qualities as Plaza North with its mixed building program, plaza space, green roofs, and circulation through the site. And these perspectives just show entry into the site and the different views and plazas as you navigate through the site. The third zone, which is called the Knot, is a park moving horizontally through the site with the community center located at its center. To fill this large zone, I approached three main steps. First, I placed outdoor program around the wave that I mentioned earlier. Second, I located the path around this program. And lastly, I manipulated the angles of the path to align with those of the community center and to promote a greater ease of circulation, east and west. Highlighted in this isometric diagram is the park's massing, circulation, program, and green zones, which show how the park unites with the community center. For example, the program around the park is also represented in and around the community center. This section emphasizes the relationship between the park's massing, green zones, pathways, program, and views. It also details how the park responds to the site's difference in elevation by rising upwards from the street level. This master plan displays the 3 zones in relationship with the surrounding context. It also shows how the rest of the park is filled with canopy and other green space, and how the park bridges the highway. Now you can see the same relationship in axonometric view. Highlighted in pink is my community center, called the thumb, because of its unique shape. It's also worth recognizing the height of the community center in relation to the rest of the site. In contrast with the north and south plazas, the knot and the thumb and its massing is high in program and low density. Thumb Community Center is meant to serve as a youth engagement, development, and education center. With these 3 themes in mind, the building is divided into 3 floors: a basement level, a ground floor, and a top floor. The basement floor is meant to satisfy the engagement element with an exhibit space that contains a discovery center and sculpture garden, a climbing wall, an amphitheater, and an outdoor courtyard. The ground floor fits the development element, the library, and a rock climbing teaching zone. The top floor is dedicated to education, with a study hall and an open classroom space. Worth highlighting are the different voids on the ground and top floor, which allow for enhanced sunlight into the basement level and to promote views into the spaces below. The special program with the community center is a rock climbing wall, or rock climbing center, which extends both indoors and outdoors. Here you can see a view of what this rock climbing center might look like from above, from the ground floor. Shown on the right of this ground floor plan is the climbing wall that I just discussed, which extends from the ground floor below and goes and also extends out outside. As also highlighted in this ground floor plan is the surrounding context and how one enters the community center from the north, south, east, and west. It also expresses the voids that frame views into the spaces below. On the floor below, the unique angles are controlled to create ease of circulation and program. Once again, you can also see this climbing wall, and you can see how it connects to the outside as well. And then this top floor, which is only accessible from the upper thumb, further highlights the views and into the spaces below. This section, shown in 2 different scales, displays the thumb's low density in relation to the rest of the site. The bottom scale highlights the void spaces and the embedding of the building into the topography. The second section shows how the building relates to the knot. It also cuts through the amphitheater, which is accessible for viewing from outside and inside, above and below. Sorry. And that's that second section, sorry. That I was just talking about. So you can see on that bottom one, the different views into this amphitheater. And this section perspective, which cuts horizontally through the building, shows the ways in which viewers entering from the site can look into these outdoor courtyard spaces below. These views are meant to encourage entry into the community center. This perspective displays the ways in which viewers enter the site in the central courtyard located in the middle for community engagement. The entire north building facade is glazing to maximize sunlight. This next perspective highlights the view of one of these courtyards from above. From inside, this perspective shows a view of the lobby and the grand staircase. It also shows the ways in which the spaces open up into open up to shape the voids for sunlight and views. From the basement floor, this perspective displays the outdoor courtyard in the way that sunlight, the unique way in which sunlight can enter these void spaces below and enter these courtyard spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you go back to, I think it was a master plan ISO. Yeah, the one that you just showed. Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I have to say, you, it's very interesting. I mean, most of you were, working off the volume that was generated through the master plan scheme and then developed a building in it. And you actually looked at all the massing, like of your whole scheme. I find this and created a better resolution for this. All the material that you showed for these blocks, if I'm not mistaken, it was not necessarily your assignment, right? Your idea was to develop the building. So first of all, congratulations. I find that it's really strong that you got your head into multiple components of your master plan. I'm starting to like your master plan more and more. As a very tiny comment, maybe for your portfolio, I'm not so sure if I would add these little buildings that are all adjacent to this beautiful big figure that you are designing, right? This mega block that has this fantastic landscape that goes through it. And it's actually a little bit confusing that there's stuff happening around it. It's not relevant to your scheme. And maybe a developer would say, we have this lot, please put a massing on it. But the strength of the clarity of your partie is a little bit weakened through this. When you first started with your figure ground maps and the red arrow doing all kinds of things, I was taking a note and said, well, the wiggly line needs spatial clarification. And I've seldom seen students developing this actually from the architectural scale. And that's what you have done, because you started positioning your building that was completely floating in the park and had no anchor and was certainly not a nod for the park. But by extending the scheme into these landscapes and making these landscapes clearly spatial and clearly a part of your architectural scheme, you really created a strong anchor for your project. So it's very successful. Congratulations to this. Beautiful too. Proportionally, for sure we can think about what's the boundary between this beautiful topography and the landscape, and if we want to have any further connectivity from green roofs, and some of the roofs are occupiable or not, that's stuff that can be discussed. But I find it's, considering the scale of the building that is actually small, you expanded it to the scale that it should have in the urban by taking over the park and making the park a part of the architectural design project. Very successful. So I love this a lot. And I find you generated a beautiful resolution for the building. There are little tiny things. Can you go to one of the sections?
See that?
Yeah, that's better. But there's a smaller scale section where you're drawing the building as so I'm suddenly, I know it's detail, but I'm suddenly caught up by these moments, because it looks like as if the skin of the building becomes the roof, and maybe this is a case. But it's not developed yet enough. It's not clear conceptually why you want to do this. And I'm in the smaller section, it's actually more evident, because it's just one line that you're drawing for the whole building envelope instead of specifying what is wall, facade, what is roof. And again, there is a great possibility of wrapping the material around, because you want it to be read as a volume rather than a roof and a facade. But going through the drawings, I wasn't clear if I understood your attitude towards this.
Okay. Yeah, I think that the idea was kind of like to have this kind of wrapping from wall to roof, because where there isn't glazing, I kind of wanted to, like I said, create that wrapping view in this like solid,
Yeah. Okay.
solid form.
That's good. What's your attitude down here, though? Where the building hits the ground? Is this, I mean, for example, obviously it can't happen like this, but you could emphasize the volume by saying, you know, I'm actually creating a shadow gap between the landscape and the building. So the building is floating a little bit. It's not literally floating that you can walk under it, but it creates a material distinction between the volume and the landscape to make a clear line, right? Because at the moment it's also blending. Whatever the gravel is blending into your facade. I think these were the moments that were a little bit confusing for me. So specifying how the architecture behaves here would help.
Okay.
Well, Jake, let me tell you something. You have a great ability to make diagrams, to think with diagrams, to develop your project with diagrams. And in those diagrams, you play really well with geometries. You played with very hard geometries, with these shifting ones, the ones that are orthogonal, and then you create angles, and you keep working with them in the same way you work with the volume at the urban scale, because I think, as Mona said at the beginning, you are I think you are the only one that understood your building as a massive element of urban scale that you cut, you pull, you push, you kept working with it, and then suddenly it becomes territory. This is not an object that landed in your plot. It's your plot that became a building, and in that sense, I think that's a wonderful project. And going on with that idea of what's the presence of your building in this master plan, you have to think also, because you did this in your project about this thing. You create such big buildings that you have to understand that your project is something like this. And it is going to be seen from everywhere. And in the same movements and strategies that you applied into your interior could also be applied to the ground floor. This is something that you started doing in your schemes, in your AXO. You have an AXO where you show the different levels of your project. I think it's like a few slides before this one. I love that one because it explains really well the strategies that you use when developing your project. So I don't know. I'm not so sure about the way you justified the geometry and the position because of the sun, because of the wind. I don't care. I don't know if it works or if it doesn't work. I think that's too much for this project. I think it's too much to take into account when doing this. But in this slide, I think you just start thinking about what's outside and how it goes inside, and suddenly what's here and happens in there. So congrats. I think you have, and this is an ability, and you have the ability of playing with geometry and with these different angles, and this is not very easy to do when you are so young. So keep working with that and keep developing this ability you have, because it's yours, and the more you understand that you have it, the more you will do with it. So again, congrats.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jake. At least.
Thank you.
There he is.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you.
All right. Okay, can everyone see this? Let me make sure that it's going to move. Okay, perfect. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elise Macy, and this is my proposal for the Kansas City History and Community Center. Research for the master plan with my partner Chelsea Kilgore began with discovering certain boundaries and edge conditions that divided Kansas City. The first one we researched is the Missouri River, which creates a boundary between the northernmost part of Kansas City, which has seen a lot of development in recent years, and downtown where the site is located. The second divide is the Kansas-Missouri state line, dividing the city center from a large majority of its suburban residents. The Kansas City highway system divides downtown, forming the island and making it difficult for pedestrians from the outside of the highway to access downtown, where many public services and government buildings are located. And the last boundary we researched was Troost Avenue, a historic street known as dividing line rooted in the city's history of racial segregation. This historic divisions created have radically affected the present day landscape of Kansas City by catalyzing a racial divide between the left and right sides of Troost Avenue, a drop in life expectancy, lower household income, and more. To attempt to bridge some of these divisions in the master plan, the main axis was added with a streetcar line running east-west to accompany the pre-existing north-south line and allow for residents on the right side of Troost Avenue and the highway to access downtown more easily. The main axis also accommodates cars, bikes, and pedestrians. These secondary streets include car lanes and bike lanes with sidewalks for pedestrians, and a winding path was added through the master plan that's pedestrians only. Okay, here's the final master plan where the main axis can be seen with a large park to the north. Due to its proximity to the main axis, 10th Street and the park to the north, the community center was placed here. Here it is in plan where you can see that the large community garden was redeveloped into a community plaza with seating, playground, splash pads, etc. Pedestrians are funneled along the plaza path into the community center. And here it is zoomed in where you can begin to see the monumental stair that invites visitors and residents into the building. Here's the first floor plan, second floor, third floor, and fourth floor. Here's some axonometric looks at the program on each floor. So here's the first level where you can see lounge spaces facing the plaza on either side of the stair, a lobby for circulation in the center, and retail facing the main axis, 10th Street. On the second floor, you can see a continuation of the stair up to the third floor, along with more lounge space facing the plaza. Display space for the History Museum is located on this floor as well. The third floor is almost entirely devoted to the history display, with another stair leading to the fourth floor. The top floor houses an open-air mixed-use courtyard for video viewing, lectures, and more. On this floor as well is a cafe for visitors and employees of the center, whose offices are located on this floor. Here's a section cutting north-south where you can see the monumental stair from the ground floor up, along with the inviting entry from the street where the underneath of the stair is activated and invites visitors into the building. Here's a section cut east to west where the scale of the street side courtyard is highlighted, along with the fourth floor courtyard on top. And here's a section perspective showing the depth of each space and how they relate to each other. Here's a diagram that isolates circulation and cores to show the progression from floor to floor with the fire stair, elevator, and bathrooms located inside the vertical cores. Here's a worm's eye view of the underneath of the staircase from the street side, also highlighting the grid the mullions follow that developed the floor plan. Here's a view of the staircase from the plaza with translucent glazing to ignite curiosity in passerbys and an inviting reason to head inside. Here's a view from 10th Street where you can get a feel of the underside of the stair and the courtyard, along with an outdoor space for congregation along the main axis. Here's a view of the interior of the fourth floor, looking towards the courtyard, with lounge spaces and the stair on the left. And here's a closer look at the ambiance of the monumental stair, meant to bridge connections between the community, residents, locals, and visitors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elise. Can you maybe explain, I mean, you know, as a master planner and architect simultaneously, you are able to define these dimensions and also where your building is located and ultimately this dimension of the Great Stair. Can you maybe explain a little bit how you came up with this massing, or if you ever questioned it after it was set in place after the master plan scheme?
Well, I developed the plan kind of based off of the grand staircase because I thought circulation was really important just throughout the entire project. And I kind of focused on that in the master plan and also designing the building. So the plaza was, originally a large garden, but I changed it to a plaza. And so I thought that like that path would kind of just meander into the building like naturally. And so I thought like kind of funneling that like plaza into the building would be a good flow. And then having a pretty large staircase would feel pretty inviting for visitors. But like, as the scale of the building goes, it kind of just follows not the original footprint of the building that was there in the original master plan, but kind of the same positioning in relation to 10th Street and the large plaza.
Yeah, I mean, it's always tricky, I find, in a situation like this, it's absolutely okay to work with a smaller scale, a smaller footprint of architecture. I think otherwise it's not manageable at the end of the semester after working on a master plan scheme. So I find this intelligent that you chose a smaller volume, but the question still remains how you are distributing it on the site. And it's again the navigation between, how urban is it? How big does it have to be to have actually an urban impact to strengthen your park? And I like the idea of the stair a lot. I also like a lot, and you showed this in your renderings, that it's very critical how the stair is perceived from here and from the other side, because it's both. It's a ceiling and it is a surface that people are sitting on. It's a public auditorium. And I love this a lot. That's very powerful. And the only thing that I was wondering, you might have worked on a couple of iterations or whatever, how much the stair is now a little bit hidden in the building and how the building is starting to wrap around its beautiful stair and how much the building could be a stair. And let's imagine we are taking these guys down for a second. And we are allowing the stair, maybe it's a little bit longer, and we are allowing the stair to be a really strong surface for all kinds of things that are going to happen here. It's obviously related to the outdoor space, and all the interior program is under the stair. So the stair is a roof basically, and maybe it's not symmetric. Maybe it starts here and then it becomes the long surface of the landscape. I'm just wondering if you ever thought about, it's a conceptual take of what is building and what is landscape, because the stair is obviously so critical and very understandable.
Yeah, I did play around a lot with the dimensions of the stair, and I did consider that at one point, but I was trying to think about, like you were talking about the 10th Street entry, and kind of if that stair is the entire ceiling, how one on 10th Street coming into the building would access the stairs. You'd have to go around. I was trying to figure out a way that someone from the street side could still experience the stair and like access it without having to go around the entire building.
Yeah.
But,
I don't know if you know the example of the Museumsplein in Amsterdam. It's actually a plane, it's a park, but it's next to the Stedelijk Museum, I think, and it's also a garage and it's a supermarket. And it's very interesting what they did. The whole park is the roof of the garage, I think. And then at one corner, the roof folds up and becomes the entrance into the supermarket. And everyone sits on this triangle that was folded up literally, because it's this fantastic way of looking at what's happening in the park. It's where the audience is sitting, and all the architecture is sitting somehow underground. But it is this very strong gesture in the sense of everyone pays attention to it, and during the night it's super beautiful because that's a piece that is illuminated and everything else is dark. So I'm just wondering if allowing the building to be a little bit more flat, allowing the building to be more landscape, instead of building it up, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors, is this could have strengthened actually the concept of the stair, which is it's a landscape component, even if it's a hardscape.
No, I was also thinking about the position in the plot, because I'm not so sure what happens in here. I think this is a road, right? The highway. So I'm not so sure if this is like is this an entrance to the building? It is, right? In here. So I know this is not from your master plan, but what would have happened if this entrance is like the entrance from the city and you place it here, and then suddenly this huge stair is in there, right? In order to create like this park in there. Because I think this facade, when you create this stuff in here, it's something that could be easily related to the existing buildings in the city. But when you face it to the highway, it seems for me to be like a secondary entrance. But you could also understand your building like a two-phase building, one related to the street, to the urban fabric, and the other one like the auditorium at like an open space, right, in the park. Maybe this is something that could also explain like this tiny scale compared to the public space, in order to understand that this scale is more related to those buildings instead of the one that is when we read this public space, this seems to be like huge compared to the building. But if you take this building closer to the existing fabric, it seems to be like in a more cozy space, right? In the street. And just one more thing, and this is something that is normal when you're starting doing these things. Please be careful. This is not going to grow a lot in here. I know this is like, okay, don't tell me this stuff in here, but it is true. We tend to think that if I put a tree above, the building is going to be better. And if you want to put a tree there, then maybe this is something that could be also part of your project. And then suddenly the one in here has also this kind of roof. And then the view from the street becomes a more complex thing. So if you want to put trees above, okay, let's put them, but then try to understand. It's exactly the same thing that happened on the project we saw before, which is what happens with the pool. Okay, if you move the pool, the ceiling from the bottom to the top, suddenly happens something in those spaces. So let's try to use it in our benefit, right? So anyway, I do like also the fact that your building has like these blind facades in here and the other one in there. And this is something that goes like this way, right? Mm-hmm. This is something really powerful to understand your building. So congrats for this work.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Elise. I just want to say one thing, like Elise got sick at the worst time, but I just love how committed she is, and even though she's very, very sick, she just pulls it through. So thank you, Elise.
Thank you, Omar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Full screen?
Yes.
So my name is Ella, and I worked with Jessica Seidel to develop the Thoroughfare KC master plan. Our analysis began with the city's street system, and from the very beginning, we saw 8th and 12th streets as having a lot of untapped potential, as they run from the edge of downtown at the west through miles of neighborhoods to the east of Troost Avenue. They have a significant program like City Hall and District Court, as well as several religious and cultural centers like the Kansas City Community Kitchen. Here's the building fabric along those streets. So to follow the east-west stretch of these streets and reject the north-south dividing line of the highway, we sought to design a highly linear scheme made up of flexible east-west function strips inspired by Parc de la Villette, all located between 8th and 12th streets, as shown in this early collage. And after eliminating the north-south streets, we arrived at this master plan with 6 mega function strips, each with their own flexible arrangement of bar buildings, plazas, and parks within. So commercial mixed-use functions lie on either side of the busy 8th and 12th streets, while quieter residential uses sit in the center strips. And here's a look at the 3D model and plan to get a sense of massing, and then in section and a schematic axon. But after more evaluation, I noticed another dimension to our site. In black here are existing civic buildings, all to the left of Home Street. The original scheme rejected all the north-south streets in the project, but I decided to add back Home Street since it marks the figurative line where building scales shift from the more human scale residential and light industrial to the right to the grand civic scale heading downtown to the left. With this new insight in mind, I knew that the new community center needed to front Home Street and address the shift from civic scale at the west to residential scale at the east, all while fitting into the bar building typology that we had established. So now overlaying the function strips on top of the civic versus residential zones, the central residential strip became the community strip, a compelling place to situate the new community center. So here's a look at the revised master plan with Home Street added back in and the modified community strip in the center. Since the community center appeals to both residents and visitors, I situated it on Home Street, as that marks the threshold between the civic and residential and would get decent foot traffic as well. The site also allows for the community center to be in conversation with the existing civic plaza and the park to the west, with a nice water element there. And so to address this shift in scale from civic to residential, I knew early on that the building needed 2 different entrances at 2 different scales, the grand civic at the west and the approachable residential at the east. The building's overall roof line needed to reflect this scale change too. So early on, I envisioned a grand experiential stair visible from the exterior that connects all interior spaces. And in terms of what the building would hold, I thought that a museum archiving Kansas City's urban history would be fitting for the project. And a museum also seemed like the perfect element to sit at the Civic West entry, due not only to its formality, but also the fact that it would draw in daytime visitors from the downtown area, pulling them from the east, from the west to the east, as was the goal of the master plan originally. So with all of that, I began to distribute the rest of the program. Start with the different required program elements that we were given, with the special category being that Museum of the City. And I imagined the quality of each type of space, where it would best be suited, arriving at a kind of mental chart like this. So the busiest spaces that needed the most access were the entries, of course, and then the museum. So they would go on the ground floor. And then on the other hand, I thought that the auditorium, the library, and the other learning spaces could benefit from some peace and removal from the street. So they would go on the top floor. And left over was the community space, which I decided could be a restaurant that served guests of all the other program in the building, but in truth, it's pretty flexible. So I arrived at this arrangement across the 3 levels. Then I started to group programs according to the 3 floors, all within a 70-foot width, so that the building would make sense in the overall master plan context of narrow bar buildings. I'm now thinking in section, remembering those 2 differently scaled entrances, each with their own covered plaza to draw people in. At the left, the museum fronts the civic side, and at the right, the more local community entry fronts the residential side. And then the plan began to solidify itself. So here's the ground floor with the museum to the left and the community entry to the right. Then the second floor where the museum becomes double height and the community restaurant sits to the right. And then the 3rd floor with the library at the civic west side for a formal view. And connecting all of these separate programs is the monumental stair in dark gray, which ascends from east to west, right to left, to further emphasize the shift in building scale. The stair faces the street to the south since it is such a formal grand element, and so that that ascending roof line is highly visible from the exterior. And here's what the building mass would look like. And then as for circulation, I divided circulation into 2 distinct zones in plan. The primary circulation being that grand stair at the front, and the secondary circulation being egress stairs and elevators at the back, which sit in compact floating cores, allowing for a free plan throughout. In an isometric, these 2 different systems would look something like this. So now finally situating all these ideas, this building site plan shows alignments between the community building and the existing civic plaza to the west, and the existing residential building to the north, all within the community strip between 10th and 11th Street. And finally, the floor plans, starting with ground level with the museum and the entry corridor and a public plaza between for entry and exit. The museum exhibit space has 2-foot thick walls so that for noise and atmosphere, and it's also double height. The monumental stair is inside its glass atrium and begins at the residential entry to the right. The second floor offers an outdoor seating terrace attached to the restaurant at the right, and the stair continues upward from the top, stopping at the terrace along the way. While the second floor of the museum offers mostly secondary functions, there is a large open view down to the ground lobby. And finally, the third floor with the library at the west, plus quiet study and classroom spaces, an auditorium, and a small cafe. So this was an early digital model of the building to get a sense of basic form, and then here's what it became. So the section perspective cuts through the stair, and here you can see that the building is really pretty simple in terms of its components. It starts with the stair and a connected exterior terrace. Then those floating secondary cores are added from level to level, and it's all held together within a system of concrete floor slab and trusses to allow the cantilever. So while there are so many different uses and entries and heights and things, the building system itself is pretty unified, except when it's broken intentionally by the stair. So here's a section looking north through the building's length, and one looking west through the smaller community entry and restaurant. The building fronts a large plaza that descends down to 11th Street so that people are invited to gather and enter. And then the building in its larger master plan context. You can see the shift from lower height residential buildings at the right to civic towers towards downtown. And finally, several experiential views. I had a lot of fun with these. Start with the broad look at the entire project from that front plaza. The cladding is a frosted glass, and you can see the bones of the building and the trusses, but the only truly transparent moment is the stair atrium. We move into the museum lobby, the exhibition space itself, up to the second level terrace, back the stair, and finally at the end of the stair, we arrive at the library. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ella, one quick question. In the beginning, when you were talking about your master plan, you were saying that you changed something after the review, where you suddenly had the divide and you called out these civic buildings that are located here. Can you repeat this once more and maybe how this affects your building?
Sure. I'll go back to that. Yeah, so what happened after the mid-review is I just sort of looked again at the site and the context and sort of more ways I could qualify the space. So yeah, so these are all existing civic buildings. These aren't things that we added. And I realized that they're all lying to the left of this home street. And originally we had gotten rid of all of the north-south streets. So I thought, why not add this one back since it sort of marks a real change. And it also would, allow for more circulation and access. But yeah, so this was sort of a dividing line between scales, the residential, like smaller buildings that we had done, or lower height buildings to the right, and then taller civic going to the left and entering downtown. So it's a
so Home Street is now is a street where cars can drive and they are under the buildings, or are they cutting through the building?
Oh, so that's overlaid on the old master plan, but then again in this one, yeah, the street is going over it, but the buildings I cut the buildings, so
okay.
It's open there.
Yeah, okay. And your building is left to the street, right? So it's not, yeah, okay, good. Okay, so thank you. Very clear presentation, a beautiful evolution, I find. I have to say, I love the collage of the master plan. The very early collage is beautiful. There is so much the picture can say that not 1,000 words can describe. The simple fact that you have the red and orange where the highway is, the materiality of the green bands, and then you translate it. And, within one green band, there are more green bands, and there are the field of the carpet. It's beautiful. And I find in the master plan drawing, you can still read this, but something got lost, but you brought it back in your building, which I find beautiful, really successful. And I think this happened because you understood your building as a system of layers. It's not only one band, but it's actually a series of bands that lay behind each other and create the armature of the architecture. And then you also understood it's not just boxes layered behind each other. No, they're actually extremely dynamic and they are interwoven and they ramp up and fold around the corner. Beautiful. I think the concept that lives in this collage came to life in your architectural project. So for this, I really want to congratulate you because a lot of students get lost in this process because it's very difficult to do this. And I think you're very strong in your compositional skills. Yeah, putting the proportions right, creating this beautiful dynamic across this long section, very successful. What are you, you're quite at the end, you're not at the end, but at the end of the presentation, you're showing that the building, all of the ramping up and the cantilevers are very important because this is how you're actually weaving the park through the building because you can see the park that lives behind the building, right? All of these are very intentional and well-placed interactions between the massing and the architecture, and then bringing this into the materiality with all of the opaque surfaces and the glass, etc. That's a very strong concept, and we at the moment need to imagine a lot of this because at some point you stop designing, but there's a lot of potential how this could be further developed. You are integrating the scaffold, the strong structure that allows you to cantilever, but it's also probably allowing you to read the building as a tube rather than floor plates, right? So you don't have additional structure inside the massing of the museum. My only question is, that's great and gives you tons of flexibility. How did you take advantage of this flexibility, and how can, within the building, in a museum, usually the circulation system is also exhibition space, right? You don't have the differentiation between necessarily, you're wandering through or that's at least a good opportunity that you're wandering around the museum, and while you're walking, you are experiencing the exhibition. But if I'm not mistaken, the only dedicated museum space is this black box. Is this correct?
It is. It wasn't originally that way. That was sort of a later change that happened.
Yeah, I think that creates a strange relationship between circulation and surfaces or areas and the exhibition space. I think one way out of it is to say all of this is museum. And, I might have some programs that need to be in the dark and they are in this box. But other than this, you would use probably all the other surfaces as an exhibition space.
Absolutely.
Javier.
Well, I don't know if you have seen me, but I was doing every single lecture when Mona was saying, okay, the collage is the greatest thing. I was doing this because I loved that collage. I loved it. Believe me, you have to print it and put it in your room.
It's
and
on
every
the
time
wall right here.
it is, but it has to be no. Listen to me.
Christmas
it has
present.
to be. It has to be there. Anytime you have a doubt when doing a project, go back and see what you have done. That's a super powerful tool, just to know that you can do it because you have done that before, right? So having said so, I would like to know, and maybe that could be helpful to understand the way you have laid out your building. Why did you call it experiential, Esther? Because for me, before you answer, for me, this is an stair, and just that. This is not experiential, at least not at all, not as it could be when going back to that collage. Why is it an experiential, Esther?
Well, I think partly because it's totally transparent, and I imagine at night, you would see the light going from the stair, and it would be sort of an appealing place to be, but also the stair, part of it, I'll go back to the plan. It has some like bigger blocks to sit and stay a while, and it drops at different rooms. So I think I envision it being sort of an experience of going up the stair, maybe stopping at the terrace, maybe going up to the library and coming back down. It's sort of the thing that bridges all the experiences of the building.
So if that's the answer, maybe this line, this one, could have been broken, right? So in order to understand that these spaces, let's go back to your collage. I have seen some spaces like this, some things like that, and then suddenly something appears here and something goes there, and then this stair goes back in there, and then this stair is not just like that, but something suddenly goes there and it goes to the city. You know what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to understand that this movement, which is the stair, it is something that really is part of the building, part of what's going on inside, outside, what's in here, what's in there. And these boxes, we all tend to do boxes because they are really easy to do. But again, the way we understand this plan could be as free as you did when doing your master plan, and suddenly this scheme becomes a really experiential stair, right? I think you have a lot of potential in here, but this is not just about because the ceiling is glass. This is not the thing, or because the lights go in. It's because the things that happens in this building are also part of the stair, or on the other way, because the stair is part of what's going on inside the building, right?
Yes.
But I do love also the proportions of your building, of this building and the buildings that you draw in your master plan, because when going to the city, I think you find out the proper scale, the proper size of these pieces that you have developed in your proposal. So congrats for that too.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so if there are no more comments, we're actually at the end of the first session. And we have to say goodbye to Javier and goodbye to Mona.
Oh, it's
Thank you
already
so
over.
much. Yeah, thank you so much for all your comments. It's really very enlightening for all of us, also the instructors. So
Yeah.
I very much
totally.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you for having us. Really exciting work, and congratulations to all the students and also to you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And again,
Okay.
congrats. Good job.
Okay, Javier, Mona.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye bye. Nice to meet you,
Thank
Mona.
you.
Bye.
Nice
Bye
to
bye.
meet you, Javier.
Oh yeah, I
Bye.
hope you meet again. Yeah. Next review.
Okay, we'll be there. Bye. Bye bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. So I think we just stick to our old schedule and we come back at 3 o'clock for the second set. So we have a little bit more of a break, right? Yeah, almost half an hour. So 3 o'clock, a little bit before 3, we rejoin. I leave the live stream on and the recording too. And so we see each other again. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Bye. Hey, David.
Hey, Rena, how's it going?
It's going okay. So you got a note, right? We are live on YouTube. You know that?
Oh, cool.
Okay, just so that you know.
Yeah,
The,
awesome.
the live feed is on. We left it on during the, we have a break right now. Just another 3 minutes. So
Cool.
anyway, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So I will
How's it
introduce
been?
you
Yeah.
and Gabe once Gabe's here.
Okay,
It's going
cool.
well. It's going well. Yeah. I very much enjoy these reviews because I don't have to say much. I can listen after having taught the whole semester. It's great to hear comments. Right?
Yeah, cool.
Let me make you a co-host so you're up on the top. I don't know why that matters. If I feel better about it. So you're co-host now.
Cool. I could mute someone if I need to.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
So have you ever met Gabriel Smith?
I actually have, yeah.
You have?
Yeah, we got a drink in Manhattan.
Oh.
Yeah. Back in
okay.
2015.
Oh,
like
okay.
that. Yeah.
So when you were still at Enniad or?
Before I was at Enniad.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see him yet. So you're in New Orleans, right? David, you're in New Orleans?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You never know with the Zoom, you have no idea.
Could be in Wyoming or something.
Hawaii, yeah, on the beach, I don't know, anywhere.
Nice to meet you, David.
Hey, nice to meet you too.
And Sonsoles,
yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
I think that we have, maybe I've seen you in another review, I don't know.
He was on I think he was on my reviews for the New Orleans project. But so it's the same urban studio, but I think it might have been my review. And then he was on my schematic design review this semester.
Nice to meet you, David. You are going to enjoy tonight. Sorry, this afternoon for you.
Yeah, I hope so, yeah.
Obviously, Sonsoles is in another time zone where it's dark right now, I guess. Yeah. Is it? Yeah, it is.
10 p.m.
Yeah. So do you see Gabe yet?
No, I don't see him.
No.
How big is that office you're at, David?
Right.
Yeah. How big is it?
See, like 30 people.
It's bigger than I thought. In my mind, it was like a more boutique-y, like 10 people or something.
Yeah, I think with the Superdome project, it's like a big renovation. The firm has kind of grown.
Right.
It historically has been a more boutique-y, material-focused office.
Oh, there's Gabe. Hey, Gabe. Just discovered you. Where
How
are
are you?
you? Oh, here you are. Hey. You look just like in these photos in your bios online. Just the same. I haven't seen you forever. Yeah. Okay, so I think students, you can all turn on your video and we start again. So it's the second half. So it's our last day of reviews, Gabe and David, and it's the last session. So let me introduce, I start with David Schneider. I just went by the D comes first, comes before G, Gabriel. So David Schneider joins us from New Orleans. He has a dual bachelor degree in architecture and philosophy from the University of Boulder in Colorado. He graduated with a master's degree from the University of Texas in Austin, where he was awarded the Oglesby Traveling Fellowship. And I'm fascinated by this, which enabled him to travel to southern France and study light and atmosphere in Cistercian monasteries. I mean, it just sounds so poetic and beautiful. He was the inaugural architect, because I had a studio project of a monastery for a while. So, I thought it was really, you were on the review. He was the inaugural architectural teaching fellow and a visiting assistant professor at the University of New Mexico, where he won the Lecturer of the Year award. And so his trajectory in the profession is similar to Gabe's, this moving back and forth between teaching and working in high caliber offices. Because David worked at the office of ENEAT in New York and now Trey Trahan in New Orleans. As I said, he was on the schematic design review of my section, so he knows the project, but also from last year, he knows it. So he understands the kind of pedagogy. And another important item for the students, third-year students, he will be teaching the professional practice seminar this coming spring, which is, I think, required for third-year spring. So here's David Schneider. You will be dealing with him in the coming semester. Gabriel Smith is joining us from New York, I guess, right? Gabe, you're in New York still. Where he's the principal at Allied Works, a firm he joined last year, coming from the office of Thomas Pfeiffer, where he was the lead on the Glenstone Museum. I'm sure on more, but I just list three: the Glenstone Museum, the Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw, and a tower in Bogota, Colombia. He leads complex projects in the public realm for arts, education, commercial, and governmental clients. And because of that reason, because of his contributions as a designer, he was elected to the AIA College of Fellows, which is a huge honor in the architectural world. He holds a degree in architecture from Tulane, so he's a local boy, right? You're born here, right?
I was raised there. Yeah, I was actually born in Beirut, but
right, I forgot that.
We ended up there.
Local. He holds a degree in architecture from Tulane and from Harvard. He started his professional career in London at SOM and Norman Foster, but then, like all New Orleanians, returns to his hometown of New Orleans, and then he worked at EDR for a while. During that time, he also taught at Tulane, and he had a furniture design and production shop with Nick Marshall, who you all don't know anymore, unfortunately, but Nick is right now on the reviews of Byron Mouton, the urban design reviews. So we have to bring Nick Marshall back to our studio reviews. Hurricane Katrina was responsible for Gabe's displacement originally to New York, where he moved with his wife and children, and then ultimately they stayed. And he joined Thomas Pfeiffer's office then and stayed. Lately, he has been, as I see from your biography, he has been teaching again, and he can be seen and found as a visiting critic and lecturer at Columbia, Parsons, Harvard, Syracuse, Cornell, and Tulane. And he also was once a reviewer on that urban studio last year. So you also know a little bit of that kind of the intentions and the pedagogy of that studio. So just a little bit about the procedure. The students share screen. They have about 8 minutes to explain their project. And then we have a total of, we have reserved a total of 20 minutes for each project, meaning 8 minutes the student, then you have 12 left for reviewer conversations. And in order to stay somewhat on time, we have a timekeeper. So it's Chelsea in the second half, and she will put it in the chat. She will tell you, the student as well as the presenter, as well as the critics, when we are close to time. But we had a cancellation this afternoon, so we actually have an extra time slot, so we can be a bit relaxed about the time.
Nice to meet you,
okay.
Gabe. Excited to have both of you.
Likewise. It's great to be here, and thank you, Rana.
Yeah, okay. So first one to present is Will.
Hello.
Hey.
All right, hello everybody. My name is Will Embry, and today I'll be giving a presentation on the Kansas City site, the Nest. In the beginning phases of the semester, my partner Brandon and I analyzed the Kansas City at the island scale. We honed in on the relation of the site to nearby green spaces. We then evaluated the juxtaposition of greenscape to hardscape and parking lots. We ultimately concluded that the lack of green spaces and access to them was in need of improvement. We found that Kansas City residents frequented the city's parks often and were relatively satisfied with the quality and maintenance of the green spaces. But Brandon and I thought that the green immersion could be improved through the addition of boulevard system and green rooftops. Working individually, I made a conceptual site collage that illustrated my initial scheme of these improvements. Brandon and I began by combining the main 8 blocks of the site and widened East 10th Street, which would later become a pedestrian-only boulevard. We then finalized green spaces at the site and connecting parks via the boulevard. After establishing a new grid system and green spaces, we created 6 modules of pedestrian and car boulevards to encompass the site and 6 building typologies, which would make up the new hardscape. We then assigned program, allocating most of the new structure for residential units, however, leaving ample room for office, community, a hotel, and retail spaces. Here's the final master plan proposal and plan, and again an axon. Brendan and I originally planned on having a series of urban catalysts stretching along the pedestrian-only boulevard with the main building placed in the direct center of the site. When working individually on the urban catalyst, I began by reshaping the master plan to allow for placement of the building that didn't disrupt the pedestrian traffic on the boulevard and still preserve the influence the building had on the public. I then created another boulevard module which allowed for more foot traffic on the site while strengthening the existing boulevards on either side. I was finally able to establish a comfortable placement of the building. With all these revisions, future development of supplementary urban catalysts down the boulevard is still possible and now more practical. This accent of the double height ground floor illustrates how the courtyards and boulevards work to frame the urban catalyst and allow for seamless circulation. Here's a full site axon showing how all aspects of the master plan accentuate the building. I began the design phase with a simple cube. I removed the 20-foot portion from the bottom, and then I subtracted 4 spheres and a cone. The resulting voids would create spaces for the inscribed program. The community learning program I chose for the building was avian education. These 8 birds are the most common birds in Kansas City, and the curriculum and building will function in part to serve these birds. The choice of program further informed the design of the building as I developed a wrapping cross bracing system influenced by the arrangement of twigs of a bird's nest. This will also provide structural support coupled with the lofting of the building by the vertical cores. The design will provide an avian-like experience. This slide shows how I interpreted the floors from the massing, showing a variety of multiple floor voids and circular room shapes, which will inform radial organization. And this slide highlights the 3 conventions of circulation: 4 vertical and structural cores, a processional spiral, and program-specific curved stairways. Here's a zoomed out ground floor plan showing the possibility of circulation on the site in relation to the other buildings. And in this more zoomed in ground floor plan shows the vertical cores, a below ground auditorium, and concession and ticket stands. On the first floor, there's a 4-floor library of which access is provided to on all floors, an office space, a laboratory with stair access to the aviary above, and a double height lecture hall. Additionally, extensions off the vertical cores act as bathroom and storage spaces. Newly introduced on the second floor is a double height gallery, additional seating for the lecture hall, and the triple height roofless aviary. On the third floor, access to viewing decks in the aviary are provided and another double height lecture hall. The only new addition on the 4th floor is another office space. And finally, on the 5th floor, the void of the aviary continues and the 3 corners are used for rooftop gardens. The roof above activates a glass curtain wall, making the middle area accessible during winter months. This cross-section highlights the spiraling ramp vertical core circulation, and public space in the building and on the site. This sectional perspective provides a clear illustration of the double and triple height spaces and the incorporation of the building on the site. This west section shows the auditorium, the terraced library, the laboratory, and the roofless aviary. This east section shows the double height lecture halls stacked on top of each other and 2 office spaces with gallery in between them. Here is a perspective taken from the boulevard. Library perspective. Interior public space. The gallery. Spiral. Rooftop gardens. The aviary. And finally, the nest. Thank you for listening. If you'd like me to go back to a certain section of the presentation, I'd be glad to.
Nice, thanks, Will.
Mhm.
I guess just one quick question, just kind of getting my bearings on your thinking. In terms of that initial gesture of like the massing excavation, the like 4 spheres and the cone, what was there something like in your mind that was kind of drawing you towards those shapes? Was it like the kind of resultant? Was it the purity of the geometry? I'm just kind of curious about that as a kind of conceptual foundation.
I'm honestly not sure. I originally started off with a lot more spheres that I was subtracting from the mass, but it wasn't really a usable plan in the way I had it. So I decided to just go and like use a variety of spheres on each corner, and that sort of resulted in like a really cool like floor interpretation, and just like how the spheres can form the walls on each floor and the space in each of the rooms.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does create pretty interesting like spatial quality. And I like that you've kind of like rewrapped the building around that kind of like, you know, excavated intention. Like it makes a nice kind of complex form. I just think like I would love to see more of those studies of like how you generated the form, just to like know, okay, you did like 15 iterations of like these different spheres and this is where you landed, just to kind of get a sense of how you explored those different shapes. But yeah.
Yeah, I wish I had put more iterations in. I wasn't like until the 4th or 5th time that I brought stuff to studio that I finally landed on that.
Yeah. Cool. And then I guess my other kind of question, just in terms of your thinking, is like, if I'm a bird, how do I experience the space? Like, are you wanting me to fly into that main atrium space, or am I flying straight into the aviary? Like, since so much of this program is really like based on the idea of a bird, like how do I negotiate the building as a bird?
I think it's really open to your interpretation as a bird. The main aviary is the main space in the building that has all the trees and would be like the main, I guess, like communal area for birds. But I imagine, like in my head, I imagine just like a bunch of birds flying around and flying up and down through the middle spiral, and just having like really populated by birds, I guess.
Yeah, because I think like all your images kind of show all these birds flying around and stuff. And I guess I'm kind of wondering, like in my mind, I wanted the aviary and that atrium space to kind of like coincide, like it was kind of the same space, so that whole kind of vertical spiral is this like forest, this vertical forest that like birds are flying, you're walking up and kind of getting to see, like just in thinking about the like ecology of like, you know, the niche hierarchy that birds exist in. Like I think, you know, you could have started to see, okay, the like blue jay or whatever that bird is, it exists at this height because that's what, you know, this pine tree grows to or something like that. And they like the top of it because they can get access to the pine cones and they like eating them or something in the spring. So I think like just being specific about that, I think could have helped that overall like narrative of that spiral, just to give it more connection to like birds and their ecosystems. But I'll kind of stop there. I just wanted to get your thoughts on those two things.
So Will, thank you for this really clear presentation. There's a couple of things that come to my mind immediately. One, when I look at your master plan, and I'm not sure how much you did precedent studies because you didn't really talk about that, but Haussmann's plan for Paris really immediately comes to mind. You know, using public ways to connect, in his case, either landmarks or parks through the entire city, right? Which he essentially was renovating. It was a massive public works project to renovate Paris and to make it this kind of connection, like almost like spokes in a bicycle, but it's like bicycle wheels just connected all over the place. So one of the things that I was sort of hoping for was that you would show this as an idea kind of extended throughout the city, because I think it's a very strong idea, right? I think that you cannot forget this discovery that the open space that's what we call public, you know, streets and sidewalks has the ability to really create a cohesiveness, a cohesive image of the city. So I really commend you for that. And I was sort of hoping that you would have some precedents that would sort of back up the idea. Maybe you studied it, but you didn't talk about it. And so I think that'd be really helpful to sort of understand how that could inform the next one of these projects that you would do either here or in another city. So that's the first thing. So again, sort of working off the idea of a well-synthesized project, you sort of took us through how one thing led to another, right? Everything seems to be super carefully lined up and teed up for us. The nest, the program for an aviary library, you know, the way in which you sort of talk about and the way in which the building is ultimately figured, really are a kind of narrative idea. And when you look at Haussmann's plan for Paris, he's actually creating pochés. So the buildings, what's inside the buildings doesn't really matter. It's the experience of the facades, it's the scale of those things, and it's the way in which we inhabit the city. You know, I think it's all potentially there, but when I see the building that you've ultimately made, it seems to be confusing to me about the way in which I understand how I am finding myself in this, right? So I don't really care that you have an aviary program and that the name of your project is Nest. What I care about is the legibility of your ideas, right? And right now, I think there's a sort of inherent struggle in the architectural expression of your building, which over 100 years might change from being what you think it is as a program to being something completely different, right? We see that happening a lot, right? Even in my lifetime, museums that I've worked on have changed into other, you know, morphed into other things, right? So I think the thing I'm sort of curious about is, or I'm not maybe seeing as clearly, is the struggle or the definition of how I find myself in the building, right? There are moments when I can sort of get glimpses of this nest, but the scale of it is so large that I don't actually understand it as this supporting structure, right? I mean, there's a great project in China, I believe, by Herzog and de Meuron called the Nest, right? You know that project? The stadium, or like they've got these big, I think they worked with Arup or one of the great engineers to come up with this structural system that really did work very much like a nest. So I just, again, like precedence would help you, because I think it would help you define how dense that grid needs to be
Yeah.
right? And whether or not you see it everywhere in the building or not, you have this spiral ramp, you have this amphitheater at the bottom. All of those things are great on their own, but then what is it ultimately that, and these kind of voids that are created at the corners, they're all struggling, they're all fighting each other for legibility. So to me, the synthesis is perfect as it comes out of your mouth, but as a manifestation, as a kind of three-dimensional manifestation, it begins to weaken every time you have these other ideas. So, I've heard somebody say, like, you can only do like 3 things in a building at once, really, as architectural ideas. And I can't remember who said this, but I kind of believe it now, looking at your project. It's like, maybe even 3 is too many, right? So I guess, Will, what I'm saying is the nest, if you're going to lean into that, make it really clear and make it more legible, and then tie it back to maybe how one finds oneself in this connection to the city, right? Through that architectural expression. Super hard to do, and I commend you for this, but you're almost there.
Yeah, I think those are all like super great points. And I think it was kind of what I was starting to inquire about with the kind of overall formal kind of dialogue of the building, just to understand whether like those gestures were something that you were using as a way of saying like, okay, I'm carving this because of, the public space, or because I want people to see this aviary from this particular vista along this path. And that's what kind of draws them in and through the building. Because I do think there's a lot of potential for that interior space becoming this kind of like node in the city, and that people in Kansas City are like, oh man, this is the coolest like spot to come to and check out in town. And that is what enables the public space to function within the city, because it is like, then it's networked into this other kind of consideration and like architectural expression. And kind of like what I was asking about the birds is kind of the same for the people. Like, why do I want to go in? Like, what compels me to go up and through? What compels me to experience all of these kind of spaces that you've carved out and cut out, and kind of otherwise manifested? Yeah.
Any other comments?
Did you guys actually look at precedents for some of the planning and architecture? Will?
Yeah.
What sort of stuff were you guys looking at? Maybe I missed something.
For the urban catalyst, I was looking at the Guggenheim, obviously, the Ecosistema Boulevard in Spain. I was looking like briefly at the nest. I just kind of was looking at it for design, about like the cross bracing on the outside, but.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you're doing that. I think that's a super important part of what we do, all the time, even kind of every day, because at the very least, it shows you, whether an idea is clearly delineated or not, and what it takes to get that idea. And so there's one image in particular from inside of your building, or there's a couple, but one where you sort of see the nest figure on the facade, that one. And this in particular is the point where I think it's because it's a symmetrical configuration, and because nests typically are more random, I think maybe that's where it falls apart. And so maybe it's either the fact that you held on to the title of the thing when you could have jettisoned that, right? Or that you need to make this thing look more like your title. And I guess that's the disconnect for me. And it's it's a mode of operation that I see a lot in schools. And it's a mode of operation that I think we as teachers let go, because we think it's a great way for students to learn, but with as much skill and ability as you now possess, you cannot do that anymore. You have got to go the next level and say, am I really tackling this question of the connection between metaphor and architecture? And is that really so important? And how does it become a thing about light instead of a thing about figure, for instance, right? Where light coming into a nest, if you put your head in a nest, that experience of that light is like the Louvre, Abu Dhabi, I imagine, right? That building with all of the holes in it. Is that the Louvre, or am I thinking of something else?
I don't think that's the Louvre.
The Jean Nouvel. It's the which?
It's the Louvre. Yeah.
The Jean Nouvel building with all of the perforated ceiling conditions. A friend of mine just sent me a picture of it, and when I think of a nest, being in a nest, that's maybe what comes more readily to mind. So I think it's just this question of the disconnect between your metaphor and what you think you're building and what you're actually building, which is something I think is worth meditating on as a student. Now that you have all these abilities, you can draw like crazy, you can go out and study the world from 10,000 feet and then get into a space like this. And so I just hope that now that you've used this kind of process of synthesizing from the metaphor, into a kind of architecture, that you're able to challenge that a little bit and say, with all this, what is it that is most powerful about what buildings and light can do, right? Because there's parts of this image that I think, wow, the shadow on the wall on the upper left begins to suggest, a lot of power to me. So, and I look at the outside of the building, I'm less convinced that I'm going to see that happening, right? So those are my thoughts, and I think it's a really nice project, and I think you should be commended for the very thing that I'm sort of critical of, which is a very clear synthesis of an idea. And I do want to just remind you to think about the lifespan of a building. That unfortunately we design most buildings for 30 years, but in fact, especially buildings that are loved, they get taken care of and they go for long, long periods of time, and they're used in different ways. Like Richardson Memorial at Tulane was a medical school, right? So I just think that there's kind of the life, secret or otherwise, of buildings is worth some thought, right? Sort of mysteriousness of that idea of life, the lifespan of a building.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we have to move on.
Just super
go
quick
ahead,
comment
David.
to piggyback on that. Like, I think Gabe's point about using light is a really good one. I think another way to think about it, since you're kind of developing this, diagrid structure, is to look at how do nests work structurally? Like it's like a net system where every member is actually like super weak, but together as a collective, they weave together and form this like kind of dense structure. So I think like even taking that as your like as a continuation of the metaphor into something more like tangible and architectural, I think you could say, okay, my structural system is actually grounded on this idea of nest building and what it means and how it works. And then that has this like, light condition that's a kind of offset of it. But again, I think just kind of completes the overall kind of completion of the idea, I guess, so to speak, as Gabe's been kind of talking about. But yeah, nice work.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Will.
I'm just going to share my screen. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Anjali Anand, and this is my community center proposal. Starting with the larger scale urban realm, I've highlighted the site I focused on for the master plan design. Throughout the design process, I took inspiration from Kisho Kurokawa's Agricultural City and its use of the grid as a framework for urban design, especially in its flexibility and possibility for organic expansion. I started with a 75 by 75 foot grid to lay out the vacant space. One of the main issues I encountered while researching Kansas City was this lack of connection between either side of the highway loop. To address this, I created 3 main axes aligning with existing streets to bridge the gap. These main axes became the primary pedestrian pathways on the site and bridged the parks from the east and west sides of the loop. The intersection of the central axis and these 3 pathways helped establish the location of the buildings on the site, as well as defining the central hub. Shown here is a figure ground of the ground floor of the master plan with the location of the community in red. The footprint of most of the buildings is minimal to allow for a greater level of porosity and to tie in the massing of the community center. While I focused on redeveloping the 8 blocks shown, the master plan is meant to expand past this site. Using the grid strategy allows for modularity and easier densification and development of vacant lots, not only around the loop, but in other parts of the city. As for the massing, the more porous ground floor rises 4 floors before coming to the 5th floor, where the raised horizontal corridors connect the massing below. Note the vertical axis remains unobstructed from the massing. The main massing technique referenced were towers and plinths. However, none of these towers are the full width of the raised corridor, allowing for extra accessibility and movement. The towers in the hub are larger and allow for more density, and they serve as a landmark for the site. The massing of the community center mirrors a technique used for the rest of the site, with PLOT elevating the mass of the building, much like the elevated walkway. And a section here shows where it sits along with an elevational view of downtown. A larger park-like outdoor space sits across from the community center. These 2 views show the elevated walkway on the left and the main axis on the right. One of the most important aspects of the master plan design, and in turn the building design, are the activator spaces. Similar to how I designed the ground floor of the plan, I used a grid to delineate the program within the site. I aligned the program based on whether the space was mainly public and by levels of activity. Programs like culture and performance sit in the hub, whereas art lies closer to the south of the site, closer to the art district. Each program has its own outdoor activator space, and I brainstormed collective spaces that could lie within the plot. In innovation and creation, I imagined a makerspace or entrepreneurial space, and I did the same for each of the other programs. This diagram shows the placement of the program, how that affects the use of each building on the site. Each activator space is aligned to a program, however, the ones that line the central axis are multidisciplinary. My proposal for the community center is that it lies or exists mostly as a super activator space, incorporating all of these programs in one form, and the building acts as a catalyst for engagement in these programs. And the park across from it functions as the largest multidisciplinary outdoor activator space on the site, which I will show in drawings towards the end of the presentation. I then considered different modes of transportation used to arrive at the site and how the building engages with the street and urban context, showing pedestrian access, bus stops, a car super block, a bike path, and a streetcar line that extends all the way to Truce Avenue. Looking at the building scale approach, the building lies at an important intersection of the main pedestrian pathways in close proximity to the hub. It also exists close to the main street. However, the dense vegetation around acts as a buffer. The first floor of the building is meant to be extremely porous, sitting on pilotis that mimic the tree trunks of the forest around. From the main pathway, pedestrians can access a ramp that brings them into the building, along with smaller pathways from the street side. The activator space across serves as a park with smaller paved spaces to allow for flexibility in program. For example, setting up tables for cuisine and then changing up the setting for outdoor exhibition. For the concept of the building form, I went back to Kurokawa's grid. I then subdivided that into a 9-square grid. The building primarily exists as a cultural center, and to accommodate this program, I proposed a gradient effect where the most public space lies in the center and smaller clusters of program exist around it. I then delineated peripheral voids in black pochette, and these spaces align with the interior program and span different heights. As for circulation, the main corridors are wider and allow for flexibility in movement. As shown in plans later, they're not all monolithic and they have pockets that open up. The secondary mode of circulation lies within each square of the grid. And the main stair cores lie in the center of the building for easy access. And there's a sculptural quality to the stair core in the main void. Each program in each of these spaces was carefully chosen to create more connection between each of the main spaces. Shown here are precedents I used for the facade strategy. The main goal was to create a translucent shell of a building using louvers to mask and disguise the voids around the periphery. This would create the illusion of one surface while also allowing light and natural air into these outdoor spaces. I explored this through modeling. While it doesn't represent the final facade of the building, it shows the process. Shown in this first plan, the main entry from the ramp starting from the main pedestrian pathway leads to a sunken lobby. The ground floor allows access to stair cores, but otherwise remains an open and flexible plaza with pilotis aligning with the placement of the trees surrounding the building. The main program of the first floor is ideation and creation. The main performance space sits in the center while studios, classrooms, and offices surround it. Each of these spaces are flexible and allow for extra collaboration and are can be easily changed. The main program of the second floor is exhibition with larger presentation spaces and gallery. And the third floor is primarily meant for leisure and cuisine and houses lounges, recreational studios, and dining spaces. There is a large outdoor dining terrace that overlooks the main void. Here are these spaces shown sectionally. There are many elements, both interior and exterior, that are a double height, creating views and sectional connection between programs. This axon shows a view of the park aligning with the entrance to the building. And then here, an illustrative perspective of one of the peripheral voids used as a terrace. And a view of the forest-like quality of the ground floor. To conclude, this section perspective gives a view of the entrance into the building and some of the double height spaces that were created. And here are some of the pages from previous parts of the presentation, and thank you for listening.
Cool. Just a quick, how do I I get in and like get up through the building? I maybe like missed a plan or something.
I can show, yeah. So there's this main ramp that's aligned with one of the main pedestrian pathways. So I'll show the section perspective. So you would go down that ramp and there would be the lobby space. And then you can access the stair cores to go up from that point.
I see. And like elevators and stuff like that, probably too. Yeah. And I guess same question, zoomed out in scale at the master plan level. How do I get up to that plinth? Like, how do I get up to that whole kind of network? Like, is that
The
just access
elevated
through the
walkway,
different? Yeah.
that would be within the buildings that extend from the ground floor up. So there are stair cores within those.
Because I guess like, I mean, there's something like interesting about the kind of quality of the master plan. It's very like Corbusier, like Radiant City, like, you know, these towers and this kind of like ignoring the actual ground of the city and creating this new ground on top of it. It's kind of like this, like a blank slate where you're saying, okay, we're going to make this new ground the beautiful alleys of this like new Kansas City or something like that, that's existing above the ground and like somehow floating above it. And I guess like what I kind of hoped for in your narrative was that this building as like a hub, as a node within that larger framework, was like the knot that tied together all of those different paths, so that as I'm talking about that idea of the city as this raised plinth, this building is the way that I kind of get up and access that space. Where I think as it operates now, this building is just kind of off to the side of that whole network. And I think it could have been just really interesting to have this building act as the gateway or the portal or the doorway to that whole like new Kansas City that's existing on this kind of terrace level with all of these like towers and other things kind of existing around it. That's my first initial thought. I'll kind of keep thinking, but let Gabe jump in too.
Yeah, thanks. Is it Anjali?
It's Anjali.
Anjali, thank you for such a clear presentation. So there's just a couple of thoughts that come immediately to my mind. And one is there's such a strong idea about the grid here, you know, that kind of goes through your project. In one couple of things that grids do well, one is that they connect, and the other is that they orient. And maybe it's just the way in which the project has been drawn through. I'm having trouble seeing maybe because you talked about, in a way, you talked about a super activator, and you talked about sculptural qualities, and you seem to be convinced that there's this kind of supercharged activity happening here by what you've created. And I think it may be true, but I'm having trouble kind of accessing all of that, because the way in which it's described is through color shading and also through furnishings, which you talked extensively about kind of rearranging and organizing. And so I'm sort of actually really interested in how the grid reads through in your building and how orientation might affect how dense that grid is and how you use it in different ways to not only respond to solar orientation, but as a person, like, how do I find myself in the grid, which is usually difficult, right? So I think while I believe you and I believe in the potential of this, I think that it's not quite yet clear to me how the grid actually allows for this connection, mostly vertically, right? Because it feels as if the one device you've sort of used is to sort of raise the buildings, right? That vertical connection could be considered. So I guess what I'm talking about is maybe taking the grid and going more three-dimensional with it, and thinking about the grid as an occupiable space, right? You have a great diagram where you talk about how the grid connects cars and people and buses, right? But then over and over again, the way you delineate the plans, the master plan, is that you stop that line from moving through your project, right? So rather than the grid acting, I mean, maybe it's just a graphic, but it seems like the grid should be the connector piece through your project, right? And it should be delineated that way everywhere. It should be delineated that way in plan over and over again. It should be delineated in section. And while I see it in the diagrams, I'm still struggling to see it manifest in these drawings. And like, I looked at your building, you have got really carefully considered things, with the exception of dead end corridors, which may be excessive. You've thought about the separation of stairs and where to put them on the interior near the courtyard. I mean, it's really well thought out plan. I'm just looking for more of the kind of programmatic impulses that you have, right? Which leads me to my last comment, and that is, there seems to be a missed opportunity, and maybe it's just because you didn't have time to do this all over your project, which I think maybe there's one perspective from the exterior that talks about the life of your project in the city, but it is the segregation of programs, and this is Arena's fault for setting this project up where you have this like master plan, then you have a building that you have to do, right? If I were you, I would have said, that's not a good way to do this. I want to take all these programs and just sprinkle them all over my project, right? So rather than segregating things in a kind of normative way, that there would be these kind of found programmatic expressions within the grid. And the great thing about the grid is that you can do it once and say, oh, it's happening over here like that, and it's happening over here like that. But there's sort of differentiation, the potential for differentiation in the program, I think, is also where you talk about it, but I'm still having trouble seeing, like, what is it about this that makes it good for cultural things, and what is it about it, or anything else. So I guess I'm just looking for more, maybe some more like sensory descriptions of what it's like to be in not only the whole collection of buildings, but also in some of the spaces. You just sort of get into it a little bit here, but I'm not seeing it yet, and so those are my thoughts. I think it's a really wonderfully executed project, and I love the rigor of it. Obviously, I mean, it's really strong in the way that you've sort of stayed to the grid. But I really want to know, like, how I orient myself using that set of tools, and how it responds to its climate, and how it responds to specific activities that are nipping at the edges, right? That's my sense. I'm just having trouble reading that. And I think you could either develop that more and make it more convincing, or just draw it better. So I appreciate a lot of things about the project, but that I would build on.
I think you're right. I think I focused a lot on like what the specific like feeling of that space would be, whether it be like a sculpture garden or like any of those spaces. And I think I focused more on larger scale, representing everything perfectly, rather than showing pockets of how that really plays out. And I appreciate the feedback on that.
Yeah, I mean, just two final things that I wrote down for myself. One is about understanding of a span. What you've done is you took 4 floors up, and then you made these bridges, right? Which is a really beautiful impulse, but they're so thin as to almost be not believable, right? So if they're going to be thin, I think you have to kind of at least have a chat with somebody about, is this on the verge of not being real, or find a building that actually does what you're doing? Because some of your spans are just intuitively, they're sort of fictional, right? Which is a good impulse. And maybe there's not a people program, and you could certainly span that distance with something thin, like a bridge plank or something. But I just think that that's another aspect of this that I think you could study into a little bit more. and the scale decisions, I think you applied them uniformly, where maybe there might be a little more study in that too, and a little more care. And maybe you did this, but again, it's not drawn out. It's like, okay, what are the surroundings that I'm working within, and why that decision to do 4 stories, not 3, or 4 stories on this side or that side, sort of, there's a kind of a uniformity of like, okay, this is a move and I'm going to do it all around, instead of telling us what's informing those decisions, right? I think that all of this is believable if you make it believable, right? But you need to build a case for this project a bit more.
Yeah. I mean, I think like, as Gabe was kind of talking about this idea of the grid, like across this whole, and like the kind of uniformity of the grid as a kind of design or structural or like even theoretical concept, like laid across the site. I kept looking, I mean, it's probably because we're on this image, but like I got kind of fixated by this, this sunken courtyard. And like, I think in kind of thinking about that grid in this project, like I think there is this really beautiful idea of the forest kind of populating the ground floor of this building. And I think like being really intentional about that landscape and how that landscape is interacting and like influencing that grid, like is the landscape the thing that defies the grid? Like, so you've done this kind of architectural move of like grid everywhere, and then the undulation of the ground and how it like pulls you up or puts you down is how you start inhabiting those spaces. So like, if the ground here like actually like came up or something and allowed you to enter the building, I mean, that's too steep of a slope to actually be achievable. But like, I think what you've done here is you've sunken the courtyard, but you've only sunken it in kind of one. 20 minutes is up.
I'm sorry, I got kicked off for some reason.
No worries.
Would you like me to share screen again, or was there more to say?
I mean, I was just gonna say, like, even the move that you did do of like sinking that courtyard, I think if you like applied that across the entire ground instead of just this one moment, like the whole like plinth underneath the building is like moving and changing and undulating. I think it gives you more points of like access, so that you have this rigid structure, and then the ground is this like tissue paper that's enabling you to kind of inhabit that space. And I think like Junya Ishigami is maybe a good architect to look at just in the context of like inhabiting gridded spaces. His KAIT pavilion is pretty interesting. It like deploys a grid of like a forest of columns, but it uses it as a way to kind of carve out inhabited spaces and kind of connect people within that forest. So, yep.
Okay, thanks. Jeremy, actually, you are next because Josiah is not presenting. Did you know? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Okay.
Okay, yeah,
I'm gonna
but
share my screen real
I
quick.
forgot to tell you, yeah.
It's okay. Omar, let me know in the chat. Okay, just want to make sure you guys can see and you can hear me and it's moving. Yes?
Everything's great,
Yes.
yeah.
Amazing. Okay. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Goldberg, and this is the Kansas City Recreation Center. First, we take a look at the master plan proposal. Here's the original axonometric view of the project. The master plan had 3 main goals. 1, to divide the site into 3 main parts, each with a central courtyard with various programs such as community gardens, park, basketball courts, central plaza, and outdoor performance space. Then, around those central spaces, a perimeter of proposed buildings. 2, to bridge and connect both sides of the existing sunken freeway and draw in pedestrians from both sides to congregate and coexist within this urban block. 3, to draw pedestrians into various built programs through a porous loggia or colonnade on the ground floor of each building. The part of the urban block that will be manipulated will take place in the middle core of the master plan. It will involve removing a multi-purpose office and apartment building and the changing of the main path respectively. This site is also located on the edge of the block adjacent to 10th Street, one of two central streets that bisect the master plan, allowing the building to be accessible by car, pedestrian, and bike, all from both sides of the freeway and both sides of the master plan. My first precedent for the concept of my community center is the Seattle Central Library by OMA Architects and Element of Seattle. The main applications from this project are that the program is organized into blocks, which are stacked vertically, then offset from one another to create a unique hierarchy. Then, using that altered stack, the form wraps the program through a series of glass and structural facades. The second precedent for the design of my community center is the VRT Broadcast Center in Brussels, designed by KGDVS and KCAP. The applications from this project are the intense sectional relationships with void and boxed-in program, all surrounded by a greater, quote, dumb box of glass and structural facades, creating intense sectional relationships, as I just said. The middle diagram shows the main form of circulation, which are escalators that move pedestrians through multi-head spaces and various open lobbies, shown in the image on the right. The concept of my building starts with a 90-foot by 180-foot by 22-foot box. Then, this box is stacked 3 times vertically. Next, the volumes are offset to create a hierarchy of cantilevers and variation in section. Finally, those 3 volumes are fit into a dumb box that dictates the form and sectional conditions of the facades of the building. It also creates double height conditions in various spots, which can be used to enhance special programs. Here is a simple diagrammatic look at the dumb box concept and the built interior parts of the footprint versus the exterior voids. On the left is a roof plan view, showing the dark gray proposed building footprint and light gray exterior voids. On the top right is a front elevation or sectional view, and on the bottom is a right side elevation or sectional view that both show the dark gray built space along with the light gray exterior spaces that provide perforation and circulation to occur below the volume. You can see through these diagrams the proposed cantilever on each side of the building and the double cantilever that occurs in the section in the back or north side of the building. To make things clearer, let's look at this footprint back in context with adjustments made to the master plan. Here, we see an updated and improved master plan with reinvented path systems and central plazas. You can also see the rec center building footprint and altered siding outlined in light red. Once again, the building is aligned with the proposed master plan building and acts as a threshold to move from the outside street through the community center into more secluded public programs such as basketball and tennis courts, and then into the main courtyard plaza behind the building. Here is a closer diagram of what would exist around the proposed community center. As you can see, the building is surrounded by office and commercial buildings, as well as apartment buildings. It is also right next to 10th Street, where car and bike traffic flow through the urban block. The building also has footpaths that go around and through the building into the central plaza of the middle core to the north side. Moving back to a more diagrammatic view, here are the program diagrams for each of the 3 volumes that comprise the building. The project is called the Kansas City Recreation Center, so naturally the special program is focused on upscale recreation, fitness, and leisure. You can see the ascending height of the volumes moving from top left to bottom right. The first floor plan, shown top left, consists of 2 sides with an exterior circulatory tunnel that runs in between. One side is a bar, lounge, and lobby of the building, and on the other side is the library, yoga studio, escalators, and vertical core for circulation labeled VC. In all of the following diagrams, the program and circulation elements that change elevation are shown with black hatch, and the white is free open circulation along the floor plate. The second floor plan, shown in the middle, overlaps the lower floor and consists of a double height auditorium space, art and exhibition gallery, vertical core, offices, and classrooms. The third floor plan, shown bottom right, shows its relation above the previous 2 floors and consists of a gym, indoor track, multi-use turf that can be used for soccer, handball, or field hockey. It also shows the vertical core and balcony level for the auditorium below. Here are the sectional program diagrams. Now, the relationship between the programmatic elements and the overall form of the building are becoming more apparent. You can see the separation of sides with the perforating tunnel on the ground floor of the east-west section on the left. You can note the cantilever and double height condition of the auditorium, as well as the 3rd floor gym that cantilevers over the opposite side. Notice how the vertical core continues through all floors. This section also cuts through the classrooms and gallery spaces on the second floor, as well as lobby, lounge, library, and yoga studio on the first floor, and other fitness-related programs on the third floor. The section on the right is cut north to south. From this section, you can get an understanding of the double height void that makes up the front of the building, where the sectional offset of the 3 initial volumes can be understood. This section shows the lounge and lobby, classrooms and offices, and the indoor track, and the multi-use turf, along with the escalators which attach on and move visitors from one floor plate to the other. Here's an axonometric and plan view that highlight the circulatory elements of the project. You can see the distribution of floor plates, along with the 2 main sets of escalators that move people to the second and third floors through the double and triple height open voids in the front of the building. Also, we can take a closer look at the vertical core, which consists of 2 elevators, switchback stairs, and 2 gender-neutral bathrooms per floor. Here's the first floor plan. This plan showcases the entrance sequence to the building, coming from the street at the bottom of the page, up the main path that leads through the entrance tunnel of the building. You can see the lobby, bar, and lounge on the left side of the tunnel, and vertical core escalators and circulation through the library and yoga studio on the right side. Each side is accessed both through revolving doors and sets of double doors from the tunnel. The entrance tunnel leads through the building and comes out to the basketball and tennis courts behind the building, further emphasizing the recreational program of this proposal. In addition, the building's entire program and interior partition wall placement is based on an implied grid created by the columns that perimeter the exterior walls. Now we stack on the second floor plan. The relationship between these 2 floors is more apparent, with a view of the yoga studio, escalators, and lobby from the balcony on the interior edges of the second floor. This plan showcases offices, meeting rooms, and classrooms on the left side, the vertical core and gallery space in the middle, and the auditorium on the right. You can also see the second escalator set that continues the linear circulation path moving up the building. Finally, we layer on our third floor plan. You can see how the second and first floor plans are still visible, as the offset of the floor plates allows for those triple and double height spaces to be highlighted throughout the building. The third floor begins with the escalator from the second floor. Coming off the escalators, the visitor is standing facing the indoor track and multi-purpose turf in the center, along with the gym to the left. On the other side of partition walls is the vertical core, third floor lobby space, and balcony overlook for the auditorium. Once again, the interior edges of the third floor plate are all balcony overlooks to the lower levels of the building, and the exterior edges are glass facades with overlooks to the central plaza and other buildings in the master plan. The full circulation of the building is meant for the visitor to go from one floor to another, wind around the various programs, and then end up back at the vertical core or escalators to move up and down to the next floor. No matter if you take the stairs, elevator, or escalators, your starting spot will also be your ending spot. Since we already took a look at programmatic sections and all of the floor plans, we now move on our way to showing spatial conditions through the first section perspective. This section is cut parallel to 10th Street, east to west. You can see the unique height conditions of the lobby and entrance lounge, the entrance tunnel, and the vertical core elevator facade that goes through all floors, as well as the library on the first floor. Classrooms, art galleries, and double height auditorium on the second floor, as well as the interior balcony, indoor track, and gym overlook on the top floor. You can see the conditions under the auditorium cantilever as well, with the path that runs on the right side of the building. This section perspective shows the spatial conditions cut from north to south. It cuts through the entrance tunnel that looks into the lobby, bar, and lounge. On the second floor, you can see the interior edge balcony on the second floor plate, along with classrooms and offices on that level. Then a view of the escalators from second to third floor, with another cut through the indoor track fitness program with the gym in the background. Another vital element of this sectional perspective is the condition in the back of the building. The double cantilever creates an almost looming overhang for the exterior athletic program under its footprint. You can see some scale figures making use of the public tennis court, one of 3 main athletic courts behind the building that border the central plaza of the master plan. Here's an axonometric view of the recreation center that shows its surroundings. The proximity to the street and other buildings in master plan can be seen, along with the entrance sequence to the tunnel and paths leading deeper into the master plan. The view also shows the connection to the public plaza that features a fountain, public seating, and an outdoor stage and amphitheater. You can also see that pedestrians can cross 10th Street to get from one core to the central core or rec center, and bike and car traffic moves both ways on the street with direct drop-off access to the recreation center. Moving
Jeremy,
from
Jeremy,
yeah.
you may need to speed it up a little.
Okay, I'll go faster, I'm sorry. Moving on from axon to render perspectives, the following series of images is going to be somewhat of a walkthrough through the building with an emphasis on the various special programs elements related to fitness, recreation, and leisure. And this is good because I can speed up to these. This is an image from 10th Street looking at the front facade of the Recreation Center. You can see the entrance tunnel and the path that winds around the building. This is also a first look at materiality and the massive windows and concrete slab and column system of the building. This is a view of the entrance tunnel. You can see the bar and lounge to the right. Here's a view of going left into the opposite side. This view shows pedestrians. Oh wait, this shows the view of someone who's coming out of the yoga studio from behind the library to the left and wants to continue up to the second floor. This view also shows the triple height conditions of the front atrium. This perspective shows the double height auditorium space, as well as the atrium and both sets of escalators to the left. You can see the triple height condition of the atrium, as well as both the main floor and balcony space of the auditorium. Coming back down to the first floor, we start to look at our first fitness program with the yoga studio. This perspective shows people jogging around the indoor track on the third floor, where 20 laps is 1 mile, and other visitors playing soccer on the turf. Behind the glass partition wall is the vertical core and third floor lobby. You can also see the lighting system of panel LED lights in the ceiling that illuminate the space. Here, across from the indoor track, is the gym. The gym features free weights, cardio options, and machines such as ellipticals, treadmills, and stationary bikes. Here is a view from the back of the building, looking from the central plaza, where we see the final element of sports-related program. The exterior basketball and tennis courts from the building are available for use year-round, and the looming cantilevers on the backside of the building can also be seen. Here's the front facade of the building and how the building may look from the street with reflection of the sky and its towering glass facade. Thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed. I apologize for going a little bit over time.
So Jeremy, thank you very much for that clear explanation of your project. And I love the precedent studies that you did. And I would urge you to go back to those and really try to divine from them the ways in which you've been successful with those techniques that were used in those projects, and the ways in which you might do slightly better on interpreting and kind of borrowing from those, because they're good projects. I think the one specific comment I have relating to the program and what you call the dumb box, right? I think it's a really wonderful idea to start with a dumb thing in architecture. I think that's a really good place to start. It's hard enough to defy gravity, and it's hard enough to make spaces that are wonderful when you start with something super complicated, right? So to sort of start with something simple is a really, really good idea, right? I think where I'm missing a little bit is when you manifest the boxes as architecture, you missed an opportunity to explore the spaces that are generated by the overlaps. And I know you've drawn through things in section and you have some perspectives where you have double height spaces, but OMA's building in Seattle really is very careful to differentiate the skin of the building from those programmatic boxes. And so the place where I get a little confused is where the skin of the building, in your case, and the programs are kind of mushed up together, and also where the boxes and the programs are mushed up together, right? So if you look at Seattle, there's a kind of an impulse to lump programs together and to make boxes out of those programs that are very clear, right? The stacks, for instance, are in a box, right? And then the rest of the space programmatically is the leaky space around it. is space that becomes multi-purpose space, right? There's computers and there's circulation desks and there's all sorts of stuff happening, right? So in a way, I think your diagram started out as really strong, but it's this lack of clarity between, or when it comes to the definition of program or the placement of it, which I think you sort of got, like, I would put a library on the ground floor. I think that's a good idea. But I might put the yoga studio on the top of the building where you can sort of have an expansive view and it would be associated with the other athletic activity. I might put the gallery on the first floor because it's more public than maybe on the second floor, although, you know, your escalator is notwithstanding. But I just think that there's some things that you decided to do that were less than critical of your precedents and that you could have learned from them if you had meditated on them a little more. So that's the first thing. I guess the other problem that I have is more of a functional problem, and it has to do with at third year, like, there's a basic thing about fire exiting. You need to have at least two means of egress from your building. So unless you've gotten around that somehow or thought about that, is there, you know, I think you need to go back and put in, and those things are cool because they are vertical tubes, right? And they could inform in this idea of boxes, those cores. And you're going to have them, right? You're going to have them for mechanical. You have them for toilet stacks, which run through the buildings. You have them for stair towers that run through the buildings. So I would sort of take those on, because it turns your program from just being a simple stacked building into something which has boxes that run up and down as well, right? The last thing I want to say is that I love this tunnel that goes through the building as a kind of urban gesture, but I think it's too weak. I think you need to there's two places where you really sort of do this well, but the rest of the building seems to resist its context. This tunnel is one place, and there's great precedents for tunnels like this that become kind of urban enclosed streets in London, for instance. And the other place where you kind of step over the tennis courts, right, is a little bit not so well delineated, but the way in which these boxes interact with their context, you need to really either talk more specifically about those gestures and how they become places that signal interface with the context, you know, or you need to add more or somehow get more clarity on that. So those are some initial thoughts. And I will say this, I think that you're able to definitely render your building well, but don't confuse that for having made architectural choices, right? When I look at a thin mullion that looks like it might be stainless steel, spanning what looks like it might be over 20 feet, I get a little nervous, right? The computer makes this too easy, right? So I appreciate Jeremy, I appreciate the fact that you're good at this stuff, but don't be confused about the way something looks and the way it actually works, right? And you got to prove that all along the way. So starting dumb is the best thing about your project, but you got to stay in that zone, right? Right? Ask those dumb questions all the way. Is this really working? Am I really doing this? Is this, right? So I applaud you for the thoroughness of the presentation, but those are my thoughts.
Thank you. I think those are really helpful insights. Omar asked me to move to this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one way that I would kind of like start to ask some of the same questions that Gabe was asking is, how does it sound in your building? Like, what are the sonic qualities of the interior space? Because as I'm looking at the different spaces and the different renderings, like the escalator is wide open to the auditorium, which is wide open to the track, which is like wide open to like everything else. And I think that part of the like sequestering of program into boxes is to like say, okay, I'm going to isolate this space and I'm going to like enclose it so that this is acoustically separated from this. And I think while there's potentially an interesting quality to the building where you're hearing, you know, people like yelling that they scored a goal in the top of the building at the soccer field, you know, down at the ground floor. I think just being really considerate about that, like sonic, like that acoustic section of the building could also help you to re-examine the boxes and re-examine the way that you're kind of isolating and altering the program of the spaces. Because then, like, I just think it gives you more of a narrative to draw what is connected to what. Because I do think there's something interesting, especially about that auditorium, like in the way that you're saying, I'm making this offset of the box intentional because these two programs are connected across that section. I think starts to make a reason for shifting, because otherwise, like in my mind, I'm like, well, why shift it just 10 feet? Why not 20 feet? Why not 40 feet? But having that program starts to at least kind of answer that question a little bit, like, okay, I shifted it 20 feet because that informs the overall geometry of the rake of the balcony or something like that. So I think just being really intentional about those relationships in terms of how they sound and like how they're connected to one another, I think can just help to like overall strengthen the shifting. Because I think the desire to shift is interesting because it creates overlap and exchange, but finding the reasons for those overlaps is really kind of critical to making it to like tightening up the argument of it overall. And then I guess one kind of last thing, Gabe touched on this as well, but like the alley kind of underneath the building, there's something like a little awkward to me about that path and the path of the escalator. Like you kind of have these twin axes cutting the building where the vertical circulation, you kind of have to go through that path, loop around, and then get to the escalator. And I think like even just rotating the building like 90 degrees or something like that, so that alley goes all the way through, and then you like get off that path onto the escalator. I think just entwining those paths could help make the argument that the building is like, it's moving you in this direction, and then you can also like cut up through the building in this vertical section. I don't know if that's the answer, but I think just being really intentional about how those two paths are intersecting, and like if you do make that, you know, 180 turn, what's compelling me to do that? Like what is the architecture that's like drawing me in to that space in order to then turn around and go up the escalator? So
yeah, that I just want to say thanks for those comments. I think something like it's really interesting that you mentioned like the sonic qualities of the building, because as soon as I kind of made those perspectives, I was like, I think it's going to be really kind of loud in this space. And so that is definitely
you need some like area rugs around.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I like am now going to look for, and definitely moving forward, like come to think of that. And then I think that like what you said about kind of intertwining the path of the circulation as well as the tunnel is really cool. And I guess my thought was just that like I wanted people to kind of go through the built program, like through the library, see the yoga studio, and then go up. But I think that thinking about it in more of a like how do those two elements connect is just like makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay, great. I think we have to move on. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks.
Let me share screen. Okay, can you see that and hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Hello, I'm Anna Catherine Becker, and this experimental farm community center will be a part of Cultivate Kansas City, a master plan created in collaboration with my former partner, Lauren Lake. I want to first introduce our observations of Kansas City, then the master plan, the building site, and finally the building itself. The site is located in downtown Kansas City, Missouri, where an interstate loop has created an island, isolating our site from the rest of the city. As seen in this figure ground, empty parking lots dominate the space and don't contribute to a vibrant downtown. The master plan. The site for Cultivate Kansas City spans the highway and is adjacent to Troost Avenue, the historical, racial, and class divide of the city. There are also a number of significant historical buildings nearby. We chose to maintain a few of these, such as the Masonic Temple and the Arts Asylum, to honor the history of the site and maintain east-west connections. To make further efforts in blurring the dividing line, the master plan reaches across the interstate to revitalize the city and restore ecology inside and outside the loop. 3 strategies were used to achieve our goals. First, the Eco Boulevard. Second, activator buildings. And third, urban farming. Starting with the Eco Boulevards, the site will be connected by an ecological corridor extending to the river and serving as active green space. This street will be different from the others because it is widened to about 100 feet, rolling to the edges of buildings, creating a plaza-like feel. There will be equal rights given to cyclists, pedestrians, cars, and a streetcar. Here, there are opportunities for wind turbines, urban plant growth, and safe gathering and commuting as a main thoroughfare of the site. The rest of the site will maintain car traffic while adding bike and pedestrian lanes. 2 streetcar lines will be added to engage the east side of Troost Avenue with downtown. Activator buildings will be located through Cultivate KC as anchor points of the community and the city. These would be buildings with a specific focus for residents and visitors. Each activator will respond to cultural and historical conditions of its adjacent context. Here you can see different types of activators and what they respond to. The most important of which is the farming activator. Located centrally on the site, its main connection is to the farming bridge, which brings us to how urban farming is implemented on the site. Originally conceived since Kansas City is a food desert, the idea was to bring in outside farmers and internal residents to reimagine urban living to include active green space. There are 4 types of urban farming. First being the farming bridge, which expands the 9th Street Bridge over the highway. As highlighted in yellow, this activator building will be the location of the community center and is the point at which all other farming strategies revolve. The second typology is edible orchards, which are parks within the courtyard spaces that are for both social gathering and food production. There are vertical gardens, which are located in commercial areas of buildings for both aesthetic and environmental purposes. And finally, personal gardens located on terraces, rooftops, and balconies in residential buildings for people to grow their own food. So while the master plan conceived urban farming as a means of production, the community center shifts this focus onto agriculture research in response to climate change. This changes the course from an economic productive lens to an environmental and research one. Here's a conceptual view of the farming bridge in its urban context. The direct site. The site for the community center is located at the corner of the Eco Boulevard on Charlotte Street and 9th Street in front of the farming bridge. The building responds in scale to others surrounding it. The top section looking north reveals the farming bridge, and the bottom section looks east through the Eco Boulevard. The site for the building is defined by a few key characteristics. The first of which being its location on the axis of 2 streetcar lines and more heavily trafficked streets. Additionally, 9th Street has connections to important existing elements such as Margaret Kemp Park and Restart Housing Initiative to the east, and government buildings such as the District Court to the west. The site creates a contrasting condition of both urban and rural, which translates into the building itself. After shifting the focus of the master plan, the community center finally finds its purpose. While it will be a gathering point for the community, it will also be an experimental farm. Here, research is conducted on sustainable forms of agriculture that will be vital in both combating and surviving climate change. Since industrial agriculture contributes to almost 30% of greenhouse gas emissions, it is imperative to find new types of crop varieties to survive warming temperatures and farming methods that are more sustainable. The center will be a place where experimental research, growing, and gathering all come together. The pink form of the building, which faces the Eco Boulevard, and the more urban condition of the site, will primarily serve the general public. The brown form, which is directly adjacent to the farming bridge, will be a more private place for research and labs. Seen in purple is the intermediary space, where community and farming coexist as meeting rooms and teaching spaces. To arrive at the massing of the building, one volume was assigned to community, intermediary, and farming respectively. From those volumes, spaces were carved away to create paths for circulation. These voids allow space for the widened experiential stair that frames views of the farm and the city. The stair interacts with the floor plates, providing a slow ascension through the intermediary portion of the building. This slow stair is supported by egress stairs and elevators to provide faster ways of circulation through the building. Here you can see in plan how these program types are integrated with the site. The community center faces a plaza formed by nearby buildings. Between the community center and the intermediary space is a courtyard. A small arboretum of trees creates a meandering path from the end of the farm to the building. Here, the same connections are seen in section, revealing the bridge as well. On this more detailed site plan, you can see the main two entrances, one off of the Eco Boulevard at the west end and one through the courtyard on the southern edge. The ground level plan shows an agriculture exhibition, cafe and gathering spaces in the community area, and then an entomology lab, meeting and teaching spaces closer to the farm. Moving to the second level, through elevators and quick stairs, you can reach the auditorium, or taking the grand stair where you see views of the farm, you can enter the hybrid seed testing lab and more classrooms. On the third level is a library and rooftop terrace with hydroponics. And finally, the fourth floor is dedicated to the cantilevered portion of a farming volume that is specifically for research and labs, including more hydroponics and an alternative pesticide lab. Here is a section looking north, cut through all three volumes. You can see the courtyard space, the void for the experiential stair, and the rooftop terrace. This section is cut only through the community and intermediary volume, revealing the cantilever of the farming portion. Cut through looking east, you can see how the lab spaces form recalls greenhouse and agrarian architecture. And finally, you can see here a double height space in the intermediary volume and also the experiential stair to the right. So here's a section perspective cut facing south, which highlights again those main voids and the overall massing. And now you can start to feel what it's like within the building. This view is coming from the Eco Boulevard and goes towards the main entry courtyard. And that courtyard space is seen here. You can pass through the community volume to the left into the intermediary volume to the right. This view is looking north along the experiential stair. The stairs are enclosed in a semi-indoor outdoor space, and this allows for light and views while also protecting visitors from the elements. After ascending the stairs and entering the library, visitors can go on the rooftop terrace with views to the city and garden spaces. And then finally, reaching the top floor in the more private space for laboratory research. This has views to both the city and the farm. So this community center will serve both as a place for gathering and an instigator of environmental change. Thank you.
Nice. I've already seen this. I'll let Gabe start off. But nice work.
Yeah. First of all, I want to just commend you on the kind of thoroughness, not only in the kind of way in which you talked about the project, but the research, the sections through the city, the study of scale, the really believable, methodical way in which you dealt with program. You tied it to something that I think, you know, not only is it kind of an urgent issue in today's world, but I think it's you've taken it beyond just a sort of superficial scratch. You know, you're talking about the need, particularly perhaps in this part of the city, for greater access to resources and things like that, and how a building can actually do that. So I really applaud that aspect of it. I think the way in which it ties itself into the community at the urban level by creating these corridors and stacking transportation in a realistic way, rather than trying to say it happens all over the place in kind of different ways. allows you to further create believability in the way in which you're proposing to change the typical street width, for instance. So I think all of that at the urban scale is super strong. And I think sort of from the conceptual level to the urban level, there's a huge amount of synthesis. And then I look at your plans and I think, wow, everything's there. All the toilets are there, the stairs are there, they work for egress. I could say that your floor thicknesses are probably going to be different than your wall thicknesses, and you should know that by now. So get that right at this point in your career. But if you're getting that kind of criticism at a review, that's a good thing to hear, right? The one place that I would say that I think that I love the diagrams where you show how kind of the ways in which these ribbons kind of move into the landscape. And I like the fact that the project is resilient enough to have something like the stair, which doesn't really have to follow that kind of graphic logic, which you talk about a slow stair, right? Which has to do with the suggestion of program for stair, which is really great, right? Because stairs don't just need to do kind of move you up and down. They actually need to do, like at Richardson Memorial, right? That stair connects the building and it becomes a social space. So I think in a sense, the project is able to take on more than just the segregate parts of the program, which is fantastic, right? So you're cross-programming, you're finding ways to build into those kind of necessary things like stairs, more programmatic elements. I think the renderings are just a little bit hard. They're great, but I'm having trouble. Maybe it's because they're close-ups and you need one rendering from the sort of outside of the building that would suggest the way in which I'm drawn in, or the way in which I understand the connection between inside and outside. The language of the architecture still is a little bit unclear to me, and I think you don't know what it is yet. So, I think the renderings are great. They're happy, but they're not really reinforcing the research and the really strong ideas of your building. And I don't know what sort of view or what sort of graphic would help with that. But that's the one thing I think it's such a strong project that I'm not criticizing you for that. I'm just suggesting that if there's a place that you could lean in and work harder on this, and more tactically, it would be in rendering the ways in which the building and the neighborhood crossed with this idea about program. And that should be manifest in these renderings. And maybe that I'm not seeing it, but it's not clear to me what you're doing architecturally at the scale of a human being outside and inside the building yet. And that's not a hard knock, that's just a knock, right? Thank you.
No, I agree. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just I'll speak on that last point and then kind of talk about other things. But I think I think the renderings kind of left me salivating a bit. I was like, okay, when is you're building up to the money shot, from the street, and boom, here's the building. And I think maybe it's, maybe it's a person standing here, looking up at the cantilevered, the cantilevered form over that third floor garden or something like that. I don't know, maybe that's not the view, but I think there is that missing. But I do want to say, just from seeing this project at the mid review, I think like you took the comments that we made collectively, and I think you really like synthesized them and integrated them. And I think there was like some excitement about the ideology of like, okay, these ribbons of the landscape move into a building, and like the section kind of pulls up and stuff like that. And I think like, you know, we were kind of drawing and excited about it as a series of like lines and possibilities. And I think you really flushed it out as like a working piece of architecture. And I think to Gabe's point about the stair, I think that was like a interesting like surprise to me that showed some like deftness in like you got the massing down, and then you kind of like made this interesting cut through that is like this tourism of the ribbons, and it's like this element that's exceptional to their overall logic. So yeah, I mean, I think just a lot of kind of really interesting parts and pieces of the building as a whole. And yeah, I think also like just seeing, because I think how I get drawn in to kind of Gabe's point also, like, let me draw here. It's kind of one, because like here is where the stair is down here. And like, I am curious, like, how do I get pulled through this space? Like, and like, I know that this building is offset a little bit, but is that enough? Like, is this path enough to really like draw me through in terms of the scale and like, what am I seeing? Because I think there's an interesting opportunity here for this. Sorry, I'm like messing up all my lines here. Let me just erase. Like how this space, this interior courtyard here, how that like experientially blends with the street, I think is an important question, because like that's a moment of excitement that is a way for me to like get pulled through. So like, what's there? Like, is it vegetation? Is it like some kind of activity that people are doing where I'm on the street and I'm walking past and I look down, I'm like, oh, that looks cool. Like I'm gonna go check that out, because then I get swept into your like kind of architectural gesture. So I think just thinking about that a little bit more, how the street bleeds into your building could just make it stronger overall.
Definitely. And I definitely have you to thank for a lot of the ideas from mid-review. So that was really helpful in getting to where I am now.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a cool building. I'm glad it worked.
Okay, great.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
Anna
much.
Katrin. Yeah, thanks. Chase.
Hi all, how are you doing today?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Let's see. Trying to share my screen now. Okay, can you all see this fine?
Yeah.
Yep, I can.
Okay. So hi everybody.
Maybe go full screen on it.
Okay, full screen. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, my name is Chase Iskett, and this is the urban development proposal that I worked with my partner earlier this semester, Yasmin Parker, and we've called it Kansas City Connections. So first, it was just a little bit of basic information about Kansas City. I think that we all are pretty familiar with it by now. Zooming into the site, macro scale to micro scale. Here's just a quick look at our urban development scenario. So one of the things that we were focused on mostly was the divide between the downtown area and the historic Troost area by the highway that cut through and kind of created this physical and sociological division. So here's a figure ground diagram showing that void space where the highway is and just urban void in general. And then after our urban development scheme, So the whole idea behind it was to kind of bridge the gap between these two sides and re-densify areas of Kansas City that had been de-densified over the decades. We were really concerned with being contextually appropriate when we designed our urban development proposal, with the morphology of the buildings and also with the height of the buildings, so that the highest buildings are at the lowest portion and more to the left, so that they relate more directly with the high rises in the downtown area. And as you move towards the right and north, they get shorter and shorter, so that they kind of seamlessly integrate themselves from the high rise of the downtown area to the low rise of Troost area. One of the biggest factors behind our urban development scheme was creating ecological boulevards, if you will, that run through the two sides and then connect in the middle where they meet in a sort of monumental park that we proposed. And the idea is that these eco boulevards would not only integrate themselves within the urban context, but that they would also form a land bridge in the middle when it connects to the very northernmost part of the monumental park, and then connect all the way across the river to multiple different parks throughout Kansas City, so that it was an idea of future propagation, that at some point all or most of the parks would be connected by these ecological boulevards. So here's just kind of a conceptual diagram of what that could look like. When we were specifically designing the buildings on the left side and the right side, we were really focused on creating very intentional connections to the park in the middle. The park is really the big focus of this entire development scheme. So we were trying to create spaces of internal courtyards that were more or less private, depending on their usage. But it was all about these lateral connections directly to the park in the middle. I think it was a circulation diagram discussing pedestrians, bicycles, streetcars, and vehicular traffic. This is a quick conceptual diagram just showing how we came to some of the forms that we chose for our building. So we just took what was existing and then added onto it re-densification, sculpting courtyards, opening up the courtyards to create connections to the park, extruding up for programmatic reasons, adding green roofs, and again, it's all about this connectivity to the park. So moving to the design for the cultural center, which is kind of the crowning piece of this entire project, if you will. Some precedents that I looked at were the James Simon Gallery by David Chipperfield. One thing that really struck me about this was its monumentality and the sense of procession as you move towards it. Also, how it is contextually related to the historic architecture of the city in a way that is very contemporary, but also very easily discernible to architects and non-architects alike. Also looking at The Monolith by MVRDV. This was perhaps an even more influential project, a more influential precedent for my project, and you'll see that in its morphology a little bit later on. But truly, in essence, my project is kind of conceptualized as a triumphal arch that is for the people of Kansas City, for them to congregate at, and as a focal point for the city, to kind of again mark the spot that is this line of great division that has created a lot of division in the city. But this is a civic place where people can come. It is not an ornamental structure, though. It's a triumphal arch that you circulate and ambulate through, and you very much interact with it. So here's a quick diagram just showing the connections that I was trying to instigate for the city, which is to bring these two sides together and then catalyze them forward towards the north end of the monumental park, so that they can access the land bridge, the sky bridge that takes them across the river into all of the other parks. So a quick axon view. So this is the first floor, or beneath the ground level. I'll go back here. if we look at the topography here, we can see that there's this big scar in the middle of the park, which is where they dug down to create this highway system. So a big part of our proposal was to actually submerge the highway 40 feet underneath the ground into a tunnel, and then reclaim the topography that that was made specifically for the highway, not to fill it in, but to reclaim it as a place for the people of Kansas City to come and meet in this middle dividing line, kind of reclaiming the scar that was left into the city. So here's the first floor plan. And again, the big ideas behind this, or the things that really drove the morphology of this project, was mainly circulation. Kind of this monumental procession point. It is the very last thing that you get to in the park, and you access it through these monumental steps that then take you up in the middle of these four separate volumes that you can circulate up. Second plan, each and the top left, we have a museum, and then top right is classroom spaces, learning spaces, making spaces. Bottom right is a library, and then bottom left is I'm sorry, it's a cultural center for I'm sorry, it's additional classrooms. So moving up, we can see that the floor plans are not, they don't totally cover the space of the four corners. There are kind of these L's that alternate back and forth, and the program winds up the four corners, if you will. And then all the way up to the fifth floor, which is a exhibition space for art exhibitions. Here we can see frontal elevation. So this is kind of what you would see as you're walking to the building from the trough that was created from the roadway, an axial section through the middle. The kind of main circulation points on the left and right side are these floating staircases that are hung by steel cords. And I think we really kind of get the bigger picture with this axonometric view, where you can see the morphology of the building and kind of how you work your way from the front to the middle, to the sides, up, and then to the roof, which is covered in this pergola-like structure. In section perspective, we also get a good idea of these alternating L-shaped floor plans and how you move from the first floor all the way up. And then some experiential sections of what the view might look like from the uppermost areas. And also in the middle on the ground floor, which is envisioned as this large open civic space that is open air and just kind of a meeting place, again, for the people of Kansas City. That is the project.
Nice. I guess I'm kind of curious in your thinking, like how how is this building connected to the landscape that's around it? Like, I think in a lot of the way that you talked about the master plan, you were kind of talking about this as a central like bridge that's kind of creating a connection between these two sides. And I think that, like, I don't know, Heidegger talks about, we don't need to remember Heidegger, but like, like a bridge defines the banks that it unites. So like by the bridge moving across the site, it's defining those two territories on either side of it. And so I think, like, I'm just curious, in your thinking about this building, it kind of becomes really like self-important in a way, where like it's about the building as an object here. And I'm curious, like, how does it spread out? How does it like bridge? How does it connect to the broader context? Just whether you kind of thought about that in your working through the building as a whole. Because I think it's like to me, it's an opportunity like for this, like this stair here, it's like become part of the building. But if it like came out into the landscape, it starts to invite you to come into the building. And then you start thinking of this building more as a series of like follies that are along that path, that like bridge connecting the, these two different banks. And I don't know, it just kind of like draws you into the building as a whole, and could kind of give you some more fodder to work with those volumes and start to articulate, why is this volume here and why is that program in this volume, and like, could I move this volume 20 feet this way to make this path wider in that spot and like draw you in more, maybe not. So I don't know, I just think, to me, that was my initial reaction, is like, I want this building to like bridge out into the landscape and connect more to the city, so that it is acting as this point of connection between these historically divided kind of neighborhoods and spaces. And similarly, like, I kind of want this end of the building to be a similar like connection point where I can get through here up into the same like elevated plinth level and across, so that this is what's broken, is this divide, socioeconomically, physically, by the highway, and like this building reconnects that axis as its kind of central gesture. So anyway, just a few quick thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those are really valid. I definitely did consider like the point of it really was trying to make these connections, but I see what you mean, how it's kind of all consolidated in this one spot, that it could kind of reach out in one direction or the other to create a more engaging connection.
Yeah, I think then the building becomes like an urban center in a way. Like it's an urban gesture rather than a like object of architecture. But, yeah.
So thanks for this presentation. I think maybe you might have moved too quickly through a couple of slides that talked about how you created connections from the immediate surrounding areas with the green space, which I really, I think I started to understand. And I don't want to move off this diagram. If you just go back to the one you're on, because I think that part of your presentation was in some ways the part that I began to understand and kind of buy into, the way in which that there are some choices that you've made here that I think are deliberate, but I wonder if the manifestation of this building is not necessarily rigorously thought out given those decisions, right? So the first decision is to put the building in the open space that you created, right? And that's kind of a big decision, right? You're sort of saying, I'm creating this open space, I'm doing this monumental thing by moving heaven and earth, right? And then I put a building there. And so I guess that decision, once you decide to put that building in there, then I have to sort of call to question the language of that building, right? And I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm maybe not understanding it, right? Because it's the language that would fit naturally outside of that green space, right? It's a grid, it's a block, and you're putting it in what is otherwise this kind of open organic terrain. And so I'm sort of then wondering, from that initial decision to kind of create this very rigorous building, which I kind of like, but I just wonder whether the insistence on symmetry and axiality, which you seem to kind of rigorously play out through the building is in fact just kind of not thinking hard enough about how this building can be responsive, right? So when I look at it in the axonometric, if you could just go to that drawing, the way in which the Arc de Triomphe differentiates and the Eiffel Tower and other monuments in the city, I think, you know, this building looks very much like a building that belongs in the network of blocks and the density of those conditions, right? The Arc de Triomphe sits away from the rest of Paris. There's a foreground to it, right? And then you've got a different kind of architecture and it's a bigger scale, it's a different gesture, right? So I guess I would just like to see either more of an explanation of those things, like why is it symmetrical? Why, you know, what's the big opening have to do with this kind of curving valley that's naturally left over, right? How do these things inform, or how does this building interact in a way with the city as an object, right? It looks looks like it's left from where there was buildings all around it, because it's kind of rectilinear and it's a grid. So it's just sending some confusing signals at an urban level. And then internally, I mean, if I just forget about that critique, I think internally, the way in which you know, I'm sure you had a program, or I'm sure you were required to develop a program, but in a sense, I think if you're making what is a monument, right? I think the fact that you couldn't remember what the program is, I find kind of okay. It's like, it's just space, right? So then you wonder about, like, what is that? How does that manifest itself if you're really being critical about a monument, right? What is it? What can this building do for the city that other buildings are not doing, right? And so the spectacle of coming to an Arc de Triomphe and standing under an enormous scaled vault that's way bigger than you, the power of that, I think you're not exploiting, or you're not illustrating well enough, Chase. So I guess it's a little bit of a difficult critique, because I think that there's some choices that you've made by positioning your building and by sending a signal to the city, you know, and also in the way that you've maybe not drawn well enough the kind of magic parts of the project, right? The stairs kind of get in the way of this expression of this big open space in a sense. So I'm just having trouble maybe with the way in which you're delivering it to us, you know?
Yeah, absolutely valid. It is clearly pretty rigidly symmetrical. That there was intentionality behind that. The idea was that this line of division, this axis of where the roadway was, is kind of like the center point of the park. And so this is situated directly on that center point, and then each side is treated almost exactly the same. So in my mind, I was trying to send the message that here are these two sides that have been divided for so long, but this is where we meet in the middle and we are equal. So two sides are equal, and the center point is on that axis. However, I do agree with you. I think that given the more organic nature of the park, there could be, and perhaps should be, more ways in which it integrates itself in different ways. I think I was trying to explore rigidity in terms of the grid with this project. So that was definitely a focus on the onset and a contributing factor for kind of the form that it ultimately took on. But again, yeah, I think very valid points that you bring up.
And maybe, like, I mean, could you go back to the overall plan?
Sorry, what was that?
Or like, not the overall plan. I guess you had one where your building was like in the topography. I guess it's time, so we probably gotta move on here, but.
We can have one more, David. Great comment.
Also forgot to mention that there's a fountain in the middle because Kansas City is the city of fountains.
I mean, similar to this, but it was like a plan view. Yeah, there we go. This is just like purely intuitive. I just like kept in my mind, I just want to draw like the building going like this across the site. Like, and I think as Gabe was kind of talking about, how is your building like engaging this landscape? I think it's like, how is this valley being kind of experienced as a piece of architecture? And I think maybe one thing to think about too is like separating that pergola structure and the landscape. And you could say like the pergola is one element that is grid, and that like runs along this whole land bridge thing as an element. And then the buildings kind of exist as pockets within that or something like that. So you like kind of break up the building along that path, but what unites it is this overall kind of stretched grid. And I think this is a bad sketch. It looks kind of like a whale or something like that, but like
not at all. I think that's
but I think like just intuitively, like by pulling the building along that axis, it starts to stretch it out and like give it more of a presence in a landscape. And then the buildings can still be these like objects, you know, pockets, follies, whatever, that are these kind of like mini arc de triomphe along that overall path. Anyway, I just kept drawing this over and over.
And I appreciate the impulse. My sense, Chase, is that it may just be the way in which you're not articulating the connections between, say, this idea about armature and the way in which this thing visually might be rendered as a visual connector in the city, like the Arc de Triomphe is in Paris. And so it's not that I don't believe that that's possible. It's that I think maybe that has not been articulated enough. Like when I look at your plans, it's like a super ambitious building, and I love the rigor of it. Like I love that insistence on that symmetry. And I've been in big buildings like that, and it's kind of powerful and amazing, but it's at the level of your sort of maybe tying these things together and then convincingly articulating that is harder. It's resisting that. And I don't think you're doing it on purpose. I just think it's a super hard thing to do, right? So, you know, I just think there is a kind of impulse to symmetry, that there is a kind of impulse to scale, and I think, and there is an impulse to set up an axial or an armature relationship, but I think all those things just need to be articulated better in the project.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks,
All right,
Chase.
yes, thank you all very much.
So Bennett's next.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
And you can see the presentation.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Great. Hi, my name is Bennett Mark. Me and my friend Ian Shaw worked together on developing a master plan in the downtown area of Kansas City. Shown in this figure ground, the downtown is isolated from the rest of the city as it is surrounded in a moat of highways. Through our master plan, we sought to somehow bridge that gap while simultaneously creating a space where the city could flourish and bring back some of the vitality that it was once known for. We started by overlaying the site with a dense forest and eliminating car traffic. The existing east-west streets would become pedestrian corridors with added bike lines and streetcar lines. Massing is placed along these streets, which frames a series of pedestrian corridors and dense park forest corridors. Here's the final plan of the master plan. And here's a section along the highway showing how the plan bridges across the highway into the East Village neighborhood. This is a section on 10th Street, and it shows how the pedestrian corridors would look in our plan with the streetcar lines and with a kind of open market along the streetcar line. This is the entire site in axonometric. The community center is placed at the foot of one of the forests on the east edge of the site. This is to help draw in members of the East Village neighborhood who are isolated from the downtown. To link these buildings, the center is meant to feel like a small village with a few structures connected by open public space between them. To link these buildings, there's a promenade that serves as an entrance to the forest and is able to become open to the air in fair weather or closed in the winter months through a series of sliding panels. The arrangement of structures frames courtyards where community members and visitors would gather. The auditorium is embedded into a courtyard with its entrance facing the street. The idea is that the arrangement of building and courtyard draw people from the street into the center and also into the forest. Here is a bird's eye view of the building in the site. This site section shows how the promenade serves as an entrance to the forest. Here on the first level, you can see the auditorium partially sunken into the southern courtyard. The program of the first level consists of a metal and woodworking shop where community members can work on personal projects or take classes in these disciplines. There is also the public promenade, classrooms, and a food court on the first level. On the second level, there is a library and a lounge for hanging out and eating the food from the food court. Here's a north-south section through the promenade and corridor along the classrooms. You can see the sliding panels that can be used to open up the corridor. This section is through the workshop and food court and also shows the auditorium and elevation. You can see how the roof is part of the courtyard itself, the roof of the auditorium. This drawing is through the promenade in the east-west direction. And here's the project in axonometric. This is a view looking east in the promenade towards the street and the main entrance of the building. And here's a view in the library looking north. This is looking west in the promenade towards the forest, just after entering the promenade. And this is a view in the corridor along the classrooms with the courtyard being to the right. And thank you, that is all.
Maybe I missed it. Could you go back to the beginning of the presentation and talk a little bit about the ways in which, I didn't miss it, I just don't know if I understood it completely. You're physically bridging?
Yeah, here, let me go back. Okay. So I think you can see it here, and I'll go to the section as well. So the streets themselves already bridge the highway.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just in those areas, and those streets continue, and then we would be building up the land up to the highway. So it would be more of a vertical drop
I see.
down to the highway.
So you're leveling.
Yeah, but we're not actually adding anything on top of the highway. And here, let me get to this section.
Yeah.
Or this actually shows it pretty clearly too.
Right.
And then in section, yeah, you can see like
where there is a bridge that we actually add in the master plan, like a land bridge, or yeah, a green bridge.
Yeah.
And then there's other.
I think that is one of the more powerful. I mean, in your project, I think it's a really strong idea because it's rendered. It's almost camouflaged, right? But I think it doesn't need to be camouflaged in your presentation, Bennett. I think it's a little bit hard to read it, so I would just pull that out and maybe you need because if your project's about kind of stitching back this community, right? So that's happening in different ways, right? It's happening programmatically. You're putting your building near the part of the neighborhood that needs to be stitched back together. You know, there are these kind of bands in your program that are kind of convincingly rendered. The language of the buildings suggests not a grandiose kind of idea about that, but about a kind of powerful idea about a kind of normative scale, if I understand it correctly, right? Those are all really, really powerful ideas. But this idea is the one that's the most difficult to really understand in your project. And I think, so the street section that you have, where you put dimensions like 10 feet for this and 20 feet for that, I think you need a section through how one of these bridges actually works at this scale. Like, I think your project works at this scale, which is great, right? It's at this scale that human beings come into interaction with their surroundings, right? So that's kind of, I think the articulation of this restitch needs to happen at this scale, right? The other questions that I have really have more to do with the architectural manifestation of difference. Like, in other words, if I go to a place like Seaside, where happiness is about pitched roofs and colorful paint, right? I think that can be a way of closing one out of a place, right? Rather than being something which makes it more accessible. And so again, it's at the level of detail, Bennett, that you convince us or not, right? So like an attitude about privatization or in a way, I think that the aspiration here needs to be thought out and carefully shepherded along, right? If the aspiration is to use architectural language as a stitcher together between disenfranchised communities, then the language needs to be not overly precious, right? Which is super hard because you can't control it all. But I think there could be another drawing at this scale that could talk about differences between buildings, which I believe is a really important thing in your project, that they're not all the same, right? That some have pitched roofs and some have slopey roofs and some have flat roofs and some are this color and some are that color, and right? I think that is a really important question, because if you don't answer that question, you will fall into the trap of saying that pitched roofs and color equals egalitarian architecture, right? So I like the project. I think it's very powerful. I think you've done a really good job of articulating most of it, but you need to be careful about not falling into the trap, right? And that means go find real materials, take pictures of the neighborhood, do studies that show that you really understand that architecture of inclusion and not Seaside, right?
Yeah, I mean, kind of echoing Gabe a little bit. Like, I just, in your kind of preamble, I like looked down at my phone for a second and then like felt like I like missed the whole like what the master plan was doing. So I think just like it's a really interesting set of ideas. Take more time and like really get into them and really talk about them and like holistically, you know, examine what they are and like give us the full rundown. Because I think I too kind of was like, wait, did I like, can you go back to the beginning? I feel like I missed something. And yeah, like I think this section is great. Just showing like how things operate, how you're like thinking about this as a real performative gesture at this like scale of dimension drawing. So just like commending you on that. I guess the building as an object. One thing I was kind of curious about is the forest gesture, that like first pitched roof, is that open to the outside, or is that like an enclosed greenhouse space?
It's like an enclosed greenhouse space. I think you can see it good in the section perspective. Yeah, so like that's all glazed, and then there's like doors on the walls that can be slid open to close with sliding panels.
Because I think like to me, like thinking of like the Crystal Palace or something like that as a kind of like precedent study, like thinking about that volume, if it is this greenhouse, like continuing that as this kind of like crystalline volume that cuts through, and it doesn't have this kind of solid wall at the base, because you want like your desire in making all these windows is to like open it up to connect it to the outside. And so I think like I really love the pinwheel shape of your plan and how it's like this piece is connecting you to the center line of this urban gesture, and then these two other pieces are kind of like connecting into that. I think if you just treated that as like a glass volume cutting through, then these other pieces start to like fit in and connect to it, and you can kind of see that forest as this larger urban gesture. We could see it like peeking through the like buildings of the master plan. You might see that volume and see those I don't know, those trees and people kind of existing along that transect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess my final thought here is that I know that there's probably a requirement in the studio that you make a whole building like as a singular thing, right? But it seems like in your project, the potential for you to break these programs out and move them around the neighborhood, and rather than making a building that is actually physically kind of a connector, but you use the programs as connectors. And the one thing that comes to mind is in Houston around the Renzo Piano designed Menil Museum. The Menil family bought up a bunch of these bungalows in the neighborhood, and not only did they build a bunch of museums, but they bought these houses and they painted them what's called Menil gray, right? So when you're walking around the neighborhood, you sort of see the inverse of your project. You sort of see where the Menils bought these buildings, right? And they turned them into part of their little kingdom. They rent them out, but they also use them as retail for the museum. It's the opposite thinking of your project, but it's a similar idea, right? Where those things are kind of found in this neighborhood, and they, by virtue of being painted the same color, they connect. They act as draws, like magnets. So rather than a physical connector, right? And it's not really meant to be a critique of your project as much as it is a kind of critique of the program, right? As you've thought about it. And I think one of the things we have to do as architects and students is to challenge the brief that you're given, right? And maybe you didn't think about that, or maybe it wasn't something that naturally came to you. But if I were you, and if I were thinking about this connection, and I was thinking about the master plan that you created, this building is unlike the scale of the buildings that you created, like that you took care to create this lower scale, smaller fabric, and then you put this big building in the middle of it, right? So I think that's my final thought for you is the next time you think about program and how it functions critique it before you, take it on in a way.
Right. Well, yeah, the whole time I kind of felt like it would be cool to make them small little buildings throughout the forest, but I was trying to make the project, according to the brief.
Well, there's also a way to go underground and be bigger, and stay small above ground. So I wouldn't just. There are better ways. There are ways to still do a bigger building, and still be kind of closer to your scale of the master plan above ground. So I wouldn't just right away say, because otherwise you wouldn't. Everything is like second year again or first year, right? You wouldn't have really moved on in terms of your complexity of a building. So
yeah,
Gabe, that was the idea.
Yeah,
We
sorry.
were fighting, Kev. So it was the last feedback that you could say, because we were fighting every time. He wanted to have disparate elements. You remember, Bennett?
Yeah.
And I was trying to follow the handout of Irene, which is excellent because we need to move in,
Absolutely. I understand it. But
So,
and I also
Gabe,
think, Irina, I think you're right that if because we don't always get to change the brief. Like if somebody comes to me and says I need a million square feet, I don't get to say you don't get that.
Right.
But it's true, for example, Bennett, that in a competition, sometimes when you break the rule, maybe you win the competition. So that is really, but now we are in the university,
Yeah. Okay, let's just move on. Okay, last one, Jose.
Students have had long 6-hour days already, so I think they're excited to be at the last one.
Yeah.
Full screen mode. Do you guys see that okay?
Yes, great.
Yep. Okay. Hello, my name is Jose Barella, and I'll be presenting a proposal for a Kansas City Community Center titled Urban Thresholds. So in the beginning of the semester, Frank Taylor and I started with a master plan proposal that was located on the edge of the central core of Kansas City. The master plan sought out to integrate human infrastructure with ecological systems. Therefore, looking at the site's water runoff was an important step in our design process. Wind and climate also became a major focus of design of the master plan, as a strong prevailing southern wind coupled with cold winters made it clear that the master plan had to react to the existing climate. So the main concept of the master plan starts with the site's pre-existing grid, and then ecological systems such as topography and rain runoff are overlaid. And it kind of showcases how the grid doesn't really respond to these crucial aspects of the site. Therefore, the project's grid is derived from the path of the rain runoff to facilitate water movement through the site. Following that, we derive the project's massing based on climate systems like sun and wind orientation. And so here are all these systems overlaid on each other. And for our wind strategy, we looked at BO1, which is a master plan in Malmo, Sweden, that shifted the urban grid to block the cold ocean winds. And so the proposal took a similar approach to BO1, as the buildings were aligned to block the prevailing winds while still allowing for a cross breeze through the project. And then here we have the master plan's figure ground. The original proposal featured a main park over here that was flanked by 2 log buildings and a series of kiosks to program the space. So when moving into the building phase, outlined in red was the chosen site of the project that was important to further activate the park and take advantage of the open green space. And so here's the proposal within the park, and the building has an emphasis on the site's park to activate the space and also maintain an orthogonal relationship with the street. And then here we have the master plan's axon, and then here we have it with the proposal. And also the master plan built a large land bridge over the existing highway to add more buildable space into the project, which the community center is situated over. So in this section, one sees the highway, and then here we have it with the new proposal. And then again, this kind of shows how the highway moves under the site, and then with the new proposal. And then here's the ground floor drawing of the master plan. And again, the park with the kiosks, and the two buildings that flank it, and then with the new project. Okay, and then here we have a zoomed in project axon, and just kind of notice the ramps that lead into the project and the bridges that go over the ramps to help connect that park. And so for the building, the concept starts with like the typical rectangle typology. However, this disconnects the park and the street. And so by breaking the long rectangle into a series of volumes, it allowed for greater porosity and connection to the street. And then creating a public ground floor also leads to more free circulation within these spaces. And then digging the ramps into the ground connects the blocks with the underground circulation and ties the project to the site's topography and therefore the visitors to the site's ecology. And then here's the current scheme. This program diagram kind of shows how the building fits together with 4 ramps and 4 volumes that is then tied together with an underground circulation spine. Each volume would serve a unique community function, such as a community service spaces that are designed to help its residents, a library, community spaces for hosting events, and an auditorium. The underground spine would be an ecological exhibition. And then also each ramp would kind of have its own like program or purpose, with the first one having a water retention basin, with a Moses bridge cutting through it. The second one having a food truck spot to support local food and business, a community garden for growing food, and then a native plant nursery. Additionally, the building's massing is cut with voids to create balconies in each volume. And then each volume would kind of be made out of glass and then would have an aluminum facade that covers it to kind of like shade the interior spaces. And then for the circulation to the building, it's mostly through vertical cores that move the first set move from the ground level to the public floor, and then the other set kind of move through the volumes of spaces. And then kind of here it is shown in axon, with the red being the vertical cores and the blue being more the walkways and levels. And then here we have a sectional axon that kind of shows how like light moves into the different spaces of the building. And kind of how even when you're underground, you still get a lot of like natural light and it feels spacious. And this kind of section kind of shows the cuts that were made to allow natural light into the ground floor, and also like throughout the volumes. And then this is a section that would be the community service spaces. So this is like to like help residents, it's like more like for giving back. Then this is the double-story library. And then this is more for like event spaces. And then we have the auditorium. And then moving on to kind of the site plan, we see the master plan's paths and how those lead into the project. And then in plans, this is the underground circulation spine that kind of connects all these volumes and ramps. And this is the public ground floor that serves as lobbies. And then level 2 kind of shows more program and vertical cores. And then again, more community spaces. And then the 4th floor is mostly for offices and administration. And then here we kind of have the axon again, and also the sectional axon, just to reinforce the ideas that just be talked about. And then for experiential views, this is kind of in the native plant nursery. So you're kind of like walking down into this ramp and then entering the ecological exhibition. And then here's in the Moses Bridge that also is like the water retention. And kind of in this one, I think it's important to notice like the topography of the site. It has a significant change. And then this is the building's connection with the street. And then here is in the ecological exhibition, the circulation spine that connects all the volumes. And then the library and interior view. And thank you, and let me know if you want me to go back to any other slide.
Which way are the prevailing winds again?
From the south.
So this building isn't acting as any kind of like, it's not part of that windbreak.
Yeah, no, it's like beyond. It's like kind of it's already shielded from the one that's in front of it. Pretty well.
And is like, I mean, I think it's a really compelling set of drawings and images, but just kind of getting a few initial questions, like, is there any thought of that, like either the water runoff or the like wind, and how you're like articulating these ramps, how you're articulating the buildings themselves? Are they like participating in that like new ecology, or was that something that kind of was part of the master plan but didn't integrate into the building per se?
Yeah, no, so in terms of the water, I mean, the wind, not too much, because like there's already like kind of the other surrounding buildings are kind of already performing that function. And then for the water, I mean, I talked about the water retention basin, and that kind of is situated at the lowest part of the building, you know? So then like in theory, the kind of the water of the site would kind of like collect into that water basin, and then it'd be kind of this like water exhibition, you know, for. And I think like in terms of this like new ecology that you're asking about, the goal of the building maybe not necessarily was to like kind of like partake in that, but maybe more to like kind of like bring its visitors closer to it. So I think like integrating it really into the topography and having a program and exhibitions that are really like connected to the ecology, and also in how it relates to the park. It's more about how visitors can kind of like get to learn more and go closer with the ecology of the site.
I'm gonna come at this from a couple of different angles. One is the way in which the building manifests itself in the organization of the site plan is not immediately clear to me. You talk about the building having these cuts through it, but it's not immediately clear to me how the cuts and the building massings relate to kind of the porosity of the site. It kind of like got its own geometry at the scale of the building, but kind of forgot about the rest of the bigger site, you know. And so I think at the way in which it's connected with the site is actually sectionally, but not in plan. And so, you know, I kind of I sort of forgive the disconnect that I perceive. I may be wrong about that, but that's how I perceive it. Your building is maybe the largest skin area of any of the projects that we've seen all day long. If you include the foundation walls, it's also the one that's maybe the least ecologically sensitive in terms of the way in which it's a massive earthworks project, right? If I understand it correctly.
Yeah.
So while at the surface, there's a talk about water and wind and solar, I'm not seeing that happening kind of in other ways that maybe don't matter so much to you. But I think you're going to have to get on a better game if you're going to talk about those things as project drivers, right? I think there's other things driving the project that have to do with the experience of moving underground and really experiencing kind of being in a condition of kind of subterranean population. And you know, the four buildings that happen to work themselves up above grade, they have probably got more circulation per square foot than they need, right? In other words, a simple bridge connector would have solved that. But you know, these things are punching a lot above their weight architecturally. There's a lot of things going on here architecturally. So you want to kind of move off of things like the skin area, how much foundation you have, the earthworks problem, the circulation issues, and try to critique the architecture a little bit, right? So where I begin to sort of understand that is in the renderings, where you're kind of walking through these cuts into the undercroft of the building. And that's where I think the most energy and the most excitement is about the project. And so I kind of get away from, where is this thing? You know, is it in Kansas? Who cares? It's like this cool idea about kind of walking into this subterranean experience of a building. And so for me, the most successful idea is the idea perhaps that I find myself at grade, and then all of a sudden, almost without knowing it, I find myself magically underground. And so to me, the success of the project has to do with what I think may be a deeper understanding of that experience of transitioning from above grade to below grade. There's a lot of things about the project that I could call to question, but that part of it, I think, is the most successful part.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're definitely right that it's not very, I guess, in terms of like construction, not the most ecologically friendly, but I think what I was trying to go for was more kind of like an ecological experience, you know, of how like the building can kind of bring the visitor like close to the ecology. I don't think my goal was really like a high performance building. So I think that you're right in that, but also that the goal of the project was more kind of this like the circulation, the progression, you know, how like the above ground and the below ground kind of relate to each other.
And I think like, I mean, I think, Gabe, you can go ahead if you want.
No.
I mean, I think like being like, I think that's an interesting like, you know, idea, but just being really intentional about that and being able to say along this transect, here's how digging down has like gotten me to be more aware of my connection to the ecosystem. Like maybe it becomes about dirt and you're like seeing the different layers of soil, and that experience is like somehow connecting me to this broader you know, ecological awareness of the site, of the place, and like connecting to that. It could be about the like water table or something. So like as you're going down, it's about like experiencing where the water table exists in Kansas City. And maybe there's something interesting about that in Kansas City, like, you know, related to some like hydrology and like the Mississippi River or something. I don't know, but I think just making that really intentional and really like connected to the overall narrative of the building, I think just can strengthen that, so that you can point to a drawing and say, this is why, or like a rendering and say, this is how this building is like kind of creating that dynamic awareness. Because I think I do agree with Gabe that like, I'm like, all right, I'll go check out this building. Like there's this cool building in Kansas City that's like, you know, these boxes with a cool like underground, you know, layer beneath them. But I think just strengthening that is really key. And like one thing, if you ever find yourself in Texas, go to Dallas and go visit the Wiley Theater by OMA and
Yeah,
Rec.
that was a precedent I used for the project.
And just walk down that ramp. Like it takes a really long time. And you're like walking down, and you're like, oh man, like, you know, I'm gonna miss my show, like I'm gonna miss the, you know, start of it or something. But just to pace what it feels like to walk under that ground, and to like think of someone, you know, who's in a wheelchair or something like that, whether, you know, permanently or temporarily, like that could take a long time, and like thinking about that experience and really making it worthwhile so that that person is like also engaging and kind of getting to connect with the space as a whole.
Yeah, and I was going to say that in a way, if you were more ambitious, this is a great idea for how to embed buildings in a park, right? I'm actually not convinced by the 4 blocks that are above grade. I think they're not efficient. I think there's too much skin. I don't think they really respond to the wind or the solar orientation. You didn't talk about any of that stuff. The kind of program doesn't really matter. What matters is these trenches, and how if you backed program up along them, it might be really awesome, right? So in a way, the more ambitious project for you, Jose, would be to say there are no buildings that you can see above grade, right? If this whole area was just sort of like these trenches with buildings that came out to meet them. So in a way, I'm sort of wishing for more ambition, right? You sort of, in a way, it's almost too tentative, because as I said, there's a lot of foundation, there's a lot of skin area, it's below grade, but if you just added a little more, you wouldn't need a lot of building above grade. And below grade, there's constant temperature, right? You when you a lot of places, when you push buildings below grade, you do it in order to regulate temperature, right? Old potato barns, they used to push dirt up the sides of them, right? So there's examples in indigenous architecture of how you can use the earth to regulate temperature, right? And you can use your sloping grading to collect water and do all sorts of stuff. So in a way, I'm sort of looking for you to be more ambitious, right? And not worry so much about having this sort of regular looking architecture on top of it, right? If you're going to do that, though, I would be more careful with the skin. The Wiley is a great precedent, but it has really little to do with a building that looks outwards. It's about a building that looks inwards, and it's about layering that building. Salt Lake City Courthouse has 4 different facades in a very sensitive, sunny place in Utah, and each of those facades is tuned exactly to block glary light from courtrooms, right? For instance, and it's a cube and it's precious and all that stuff. So I really don't want to encourage you to look at that. I'd rather you look at buildings that embed themselves in the landscape and really find ways to post-rationalize your project by having those precedents that really talk about that potential, right? So I applaud the kind of ambition, but I want you to be even more ambitious with this, right?
Yeah, thank you for those comments. I think you guys bring up good points that I'll definitely continue to think about more throughout architecture school.
So should we, oh, David, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I mean, I do think your graphics were really nice, drawing wise. I think you really communicated the project, and I think that the criticism you're getting is because we were able to really understand what was going on, and it was kind of clear and compelling as a set of graphics. So I think keep that as your as you're moving forward as well.
Yeah, thank you.
So are you, David and Gabe, up for some final comments? So maybe, stop screen sharing, and everyone should turn on their camera, their video, so they actually can get a sense of who they critiqued the whole afternoon. They see some faces, maybe.
I could jump in and commend the teachers. It looks like you guys did a fantastic job with a big group of students who really are in a place in their trajectory where they really are having to prove that they know how to put together kind of a building. So I will say, I noted the exceptions, and I think that you should go back, and whoever you are, if you have a deficiency in the, in the drawings that has to do with life safety and toilets and all, you need to do that, right? But I think in general, there's an idea in these projects that we saw, that I saw, that I think is a strong idea. And I think that you're to be commended for the ability to convey that information. We can like something or not, but the quality of the work, generally is what I saw was very good across the board. So I want to commend the teachers, and I want to commend the students for a job well done.
Yeah, and I think having seen this project a few times in a few different versions, the negotiation of ideology across scales is always tricky, because you're having to move from a vast scale to an intimate scale and connect those with some thread of thinking. And I think that throughout the presentations today, everyone was really kind of taking on that challenge and really engaging with the idea that what is vast is what is intimate, and the two are intimately or closely, I'll not use the same word again, closely tied together. So I just think it's always a good thing to have this kind of exploration of thoughts and scale, because I think it's how architecture operates, often. So it's really good practice, and I think just the level of resolution, having been on the mid review and seeing where you were just a few weeks ago, is really commendable as well. That there are buildings here that you can ask questions about the life safety in the bathrooms. which is just an achievement in and of itself. So, yeah.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think we said that before. I think it's a really challenging studio because of the various scales that one has to bridge and negotiate with, and without losing the concept, without losing the train of thought. And then also something that maybe is not so familiar in the United States is the urban aspect. When you study in Europe, when you grow up there, it's always there. It's just you grow up in these cities and in these places, it's just like in your blood. And here, this is different in the United States. A lot of students, they don't come from urban areas. They don't come from an environment like that. The civic society doesn't, it's kind of hard to buy into and to understand and to use or to design with or just accept it as something that's necessary. And then I think lately also there are environmental issues that are pressing, climate change. So there's so many elements on the plate of architecture students these days that should be on the plate, and they're very, very important. So yeah, I think you all are the future generation, the future decision makers, builders, architects. So yeah, we hope that, because I'm at the end of my career and my life, kind of. So you are the ones that save the world, I would think, or should have this idea and this hope and this ambition and be serious about it. And save the world also for me means save the place where we live, save the cities aren't dead, and save the landscape, and just try to strive for a really an improvement and not a downward spiral.
Yeah, and I have a couple of thoughts about that. You're investing a lot of years and a lot of money in your education, and for what? Right? It's a difficult profession. I've been doing it for decades, and unless you lean into it hard, it doesn't give you anything back. So what I, this idea about ambition that came up a couple of times is a really fundamental idea, that you have to be ambitious. And that doesn't mean selfish, and it doesn't mean egotistical. It means that you should have big ideas, right? And you should clarify those ideas so that other people can understand them. You should articulate them, right? The other thing that I just saw today that I think needs to be reinforced is that architecture happens at the scale of human beings, and that scale can work across kind of the urban plan, and it can work at the level of streets. But understanding those things means going and studying them. And so what we tend to do as architects is to forget about context and ignore it, right? But in fact, the more you learn from it, and you're in New Orleans, what a great city to learn about scale and to learn about, what material and the things that you walk on and the things that you touch and the space that you're in and how big it is. And so, I think that there's got to be really a kind of visceral change in the way that we represent what we're doing. We need to show projects, we need to show precedents, we need to show materials, we need to show scales, and we need to really illustrate that better as architects, because it's the way we communicate, and it's the way something looks believable or not. So that's my final thought, is we need to get better at that. We need to get better at teaching it, and we need to get better as students at showing how we embrace or reject context and materials and spaces that we inhabit.
Okay, thanks, David and Gabe.
Yeah,
so
I like your point. Like, we're all gonna die soon, so make an interesting space. make a space that does something for the world. Yeah.
No, they are surviving. They're later. They're there longer than I am.
So but I mean, ultimately, we will all die. So
yeah.
But architecture will live on past our existence. Like, to some of Gabe's points earlier, like, architecture will be here in 100 years or 200 years or something like that, and you may not be here, but what you do and the legacy you leave will kind of live on in those materials and their assemblies. anyway, that's a I kind of lost the point there, but yeah.
The Pantheon.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks, Serena.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we
Very
stay on a little bit for some final words to the students, but you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks everybody.
Thank you.
And all the comments. Yeah. Bye. Also, let me turn off the YouTube.